Days ago at Merit House, and we have quite a number of persons joining online. Started from Merit House, and on the first day we had different speakers from around the globe who spoke on various thematic issues, including education, healthcare, infrastructure, real estate, entrepreneur. So some of us joined online. You joined online or you attended physical. Can I see our hands? Okay, so maybe I should ask it this way. If this is your first time in International Conscious Conference, can I see your hand? You're welcome. So International Conscious Conference is a global conference bettered by the convener, Mr. Femi Jubal, who is an author, a numerologist, and a teacher. And the idea of International Conscious Conference was bettered out of a cry for motherland, for Africa. We have forgotten ourselves. And so that gap has led to so many things that we now experience as a people, as a continent. And this conscious from that very section. What was your take home?
Had a very good practicing traditionalist. And his child is well and hearty. Yes, that was what I got from it. So African power really does exist. Traditional ways, our ancestral ways that have been passed down from generation to generation are not extinct. They're still very.
Let's give her a round of applause, please. From her submission, you know that she followed through till the end. And these are one of the pioneers of International Conscious Conference. I have to give it to her. She was here last year and she spoke on Hausa cosmology. Awesome. And she delved into that aspect which a lot of people see as a myth. A lot of people demystify that aspect, but then she broke it down in a way that we all had knowledge on what that part of Africa used to be like. So we also had Israel Babatunde Ajose speak on astrology and you. Finally, we had Pelumi Folari, aka Babalao, which just gave a submission of his. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to give ourselves a resounding round of applause for taking this effort, conscious effort to be here today. You could have been anywhere, but you decided to be in International Conscious Conference. It's a conscious decision from you, and it is something worth celebrating. We have different speakers here, but very importantly, today is the big day. One of the holy books says, Better is the end of a thing than the beginning thereof. We had day one, we had day two, and trust me, day three is something that nobody in this hall has ever experienced. There's a lot of products that are going to be launching today. I don't want to reveal any of them because since you're already here, you experience them for yourself. To those joining us online, drop your fire emoji. And those in the hall, please make a post, make a conscious post, and tag ICC Global Event on your various social media platforms. And then tag Femi Jubal also on social media. Somebody is waiting for that post so that they can join and be part of what is happening today. Somebody is waiting for your post so that they can be part of what we are doing here today. Very quickly, to set the pace, I'm going to be inviting the convener of this event. I don't think I have to read any citation from him, but Mr. Femi Jubal is a household name. And the funny thing is that Mr. Femi Jubal started this teaching thing professionally, not quite long. And there's been a lot of impact. A lot of us here today are product of Mr. Femi Jubal. Somebody say he's a daddy that does not pamper. He does not mince words. Please, with standing ovation, let us put on stage Mr. Femi Jubal as he takes us through on the journey of numerology. Please give him a standing ovation. He deserves it.
Thank you. Okay. You may have your seats. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Can everyone hear me? They were making calls through to some of the guests, and I said, a lot of them are women. Leave them. They will come. But they must do all the makeup. They must dress to kill. It's going to be a great night. Okay, thank you. What we like to do with the International Conscious Conference is, because by the time it gets to the third day, what you notice is like, I have not slept for like 1 week. So we notice that what happens is when you get to the third day, it's almost like when you plot the graph, it goes up and it's like it wants to calm down. So what we like to do is take it up again with where it started from. And where did it start from? Thank you. So I was telling a group of people this morning during the virtual session, when we were listening to Israel, he was talking about esotericism. And I was telling them, I said, do you guys know why I came online to come and start teaching these things? And they're like, why? And I said, because I discovered principles I was toying with and playing with. And I got to the point where I felt I could do anything because I knew these things. And I tried these principles in Lagos several times and it worked. And I said, I would dump everything and take a bigger risk and go to Abuja. And I came to Abuja, and in less than 8 months, push. And in 8 months, I was in real estate, closing deals, and And my friends in Lagos said, this guy is sleeping with men. Because it is impossible for somebody. And I'm just trying to give you a backdrop to the whole story so you can understand that universal principles work. And I said, let me take another risk. And it was a crash, right? Went down to nothing. Went from moving to a city with just books, right? And staying in a guy's house called Magic. He's a producer. His name is Magic. He's produced for all these what is it? No. Adekunle Gold's wife. Singing. This guy's name is Magic. He's very popular. From staying with him to owning my own property and buying. Then the graph, I got here and I'm like, I'm tired. Push. And then I said, okay, let me walk these things again. Let me plot the graph. And it was from that valley went up again. I've always tried this thing. And guess what? I got used to it that I'm like, I can do anything I want. So I became very familiar with universal principles. And then the second time we did it again, went from and then came down to nothing. Then from nothing, you build it again and then you come up. Experimenting, like, okay, let me experiment again. And then it got to a point I said, this thing has become so easy. Why is everything so easy? And I said, okay, let me just dump everything and leave Nigeria. I've traveled on holiday, but I was like, let me just leave. This one is not holiday, let me just leave. And start from a new place, further my education, and see if these principles really work. And I went to the Middle East because I said, okay, I want to go to a place where you have every country represented, a global village. And I went to Dubai and I got there and I suffered only for 3 months. After 3 months, it was bish, bish. I was like, okay, he's walking again. And after I finished studying, I was doing internship with these 4 companies who used to send me on, assignments to some of these Fortune 500 companies. And they were telling me, when you finish school, we are going to give you, just stay, would like to work with us. But as soon as I finished, 2 days later, I had only 170,000. If you convert the RAM to Naira, 170,000 Naira. And I said, I don't want to work with you, I'm going back to Nigeria. And everybody thought, you are actually mad. Because guess what? At that point, I was going back to nothing. The businesses I left were all crashed. People crashed the businesses. The days of when boat was still fresh, right? Nobody knew about boats. I bought about 14 cars before I left. And my family fought me. She said, you always do things for strangers. Only strangers. They wreck you. But in less than 3 months of being in Dubai, everything crashed. So money was not coming. So the years I spent studying, I knew I was coming back to nothing. But over there was something. I had a best friend. I had someone I was dating who is Emirati Egyptian. So humanly speaking, I should stay there. Yeah. And I had an Indian friend who had properties who I was working with. I paid rent in Dubai only for 3 months. So when people tell me they suffered in Dubai, the racism, I'm like, I never experienced that. I don't know what that is. I was treated like a king by people who are not Africans. And then I left that and said, no, I'm going back to Nigeria. I'd rather be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. And I got here. I landed at the airport with 170,000 naira. And then when the money finished, I said, okay, now, it's now time to walk this thing again. So I had a friend who is currently serving as in the House of Assembly who said, I have one place for you since you are homeless. So that people will not know you are in Nigeria and you are homeless. Where you can, there's a difference between you have always been poor, right? And then you've tasted money. And then you went down to 500 naira being rocket science. Like when you see, you have to manage, okay, this 500, and I'm very allergic to a lot of things. My body does not like poverty. So I will buy a akara 100 naira in the morning, I will eat it and I will fall sick for 5 days. And they will tell me, it's the oil. I'm like, kai, oil. So I can't eat just any oil. Yeah, your body doesn't like just anything. And then I was there and I said, no, it's time to work this. And every time I got to that place where it was like a brick wall, like a lot of people are in that place now, they don't know what to do. So I got to that place, like, but I know what to do. Okay, I have suffered enough. Let me now work this. And I worked it. And I said to myself, this is the last time. Because guess what? It's working, is working. By the time you get to 60 years old, there's no strength. I said, I don't want to crash again. I don't want to take any of those stupid risks again. And then we started working it. Universal principles. And it started working. Because you can never be against the laws of nature. You can only be for it. God put this system in place for a reason. Right? So even atheists are just atheists by theory. There is no practical atheists. Everybody is under a particular system placed in this earth realm by God, right? So it's a system that is governed by universal principles and laws. So it's just for you to work it. Right. And then we started working it, and I said to him, and in 2023, I noticed that something was about to happen again. And I got a download before then that said to me, buy 4 cars. Keep it somewhere. You are going to need them. And I was like, need them for what? But I did. I bought 4 cars and I kept them somewhere. And I didn't get plate numbers for them. I just kept them there. I said, you are going to need them. So by 2023, I noticed that the graph was going like this again. And I said, And I got a voice that said, do you know why I told you to buy 4 cars? I said, it's because of now. Now buy this, now these 4 cars, sell them. Sell them. Invest the money in something that would produce money for you every day. And then go to social media and start teaching people. And you will never crash again. And that was exactly what I did. And in 2023, I said, I'm no longer afraid. I'm going to teach people what I know, what has worked for me. And I thought I was going to be met with backlash. But guess what? I was like, why are people receiving this thing like this? Like, okay, Nigerians are not that close-minded as I thought. And since then, guess what? It's been, before now, you have money and blow millions for 1 year and you will crash for another 6 months. But from 2023, that we published the first book, I think is there. And 2024 that we published Transform Your Life, it's been from one level of growth to another. You know, yesterday when I was having dinner with Tolashe and Abimbola and Abdubari, my brother, and I said, these guys actually came from the US, from the UK, from France, There's someone else that came from North Africa that had to leave yesterday. This weekend was their first time meeting me in my life. They don't know me from anywhere. They knew me on social media. So the principle I introduce to people is a principle that I have tried. It is not mine. It works. And I'm not an atheist. Yeah, it works. Because these are principles and systems planted by God so that you don't have to disturb God every morning. Father, remember me. It doesn't forget people. So you don't have to bug him with all this typical African nonsense. Typical, perspective of God that is mediocre. That's why God said, let me put this system in place. So the engineering that works, so you can work it and not have to just bother yourself. And one of them is the study of numbers. Let me tell you something you need to know about numbers. Numbers are superior to alphabets. Yes, because in science, engineering, the language that is spoken is the language of numbers, not alphabets. That's why in all of these sciences, you don't see people speak typical English or Yoruba or this and that. They do calculations, algorithms. You see physics, you see chemistry, you see multiplication, you see all of these advanced mathematical calculations. Because everything is found on the universal system of numbers. There are several other esoteric knowledge, but numbers is something that, because since that's where we started from. You have to get to a place where you don't live your life to chance. Because God doesn't want you to. I am not waiting for any spirit to tell me anything. I know everything I'm meant to do in the next 5 years. I know them. Because I have discovered a tool that works. It is not my God. It's not an idol. It's a tool. The same way you drive your car as a tool that takes you from one place to another. That's the way I use numbers, as a tool. Now, if I ask a lot of people here, what's your identity? Like, who are you? Pious, who are you? Now, the common answer that you get from most people is, I am a royal priesthood. I am a king without crown and throne. I am a queen. I am a princess. I am a chosen. All of these labels they are not clear. Like everybody here, we are all queens here, right? Everybody is a king. Where is your palace? Where is your crown? Where is your staff? But if you ask me who I am, based on my identity and knowledge of numbers, I am going to tell you, I am a communicator. I'm a creator. That's my nature, based on my numbers. Meaning I have to keep communicating and creating because that's who I am. So what do I do with my nature? I nurture my nature. So what does that mean? I have to keep talking and I have to keep creating. I have to keep coming up with ideas, innovations, right? Because I know that I am not a royal priesthood of anywhere. I'm a creator and a communicator. So I am not living my life to chance. I like what, Oyedepo said something very profound. He said, if you live your life to chance, you're going to become a casualty. So that's the difference between people who are living intentionally and people who are living their life to chance. That's why they always need miracles. Miracles to pay their rent, miracles to buy a car, miracle to marry, looking for miracle husband, miracle wife, everything miracle, 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 because they live their lives to chance, right? So by virtue of knowing my numbers, I know what my identity is. Who are you? I am a communicator. I am an orator, right? I'm a creator. I express my creativity and communication this way. You know why? Because my purpose is that of a mystic teacher by virtue of my number. So what I'm telling you, if you can improvise and integrate all of these dimensions into your life, when you are relating with God, even God will be happy with you. Like, this one doesn't even stress me too much. This one is not a charlatan, always calling me when it is. Do you know what I mean? You call your father every now and then and shout on him, please help me, daddy, please help me. One day your father will say, are you using your brain? Because I know that the moment I discover my identity by virtue of my numbers, then I move into pursuing my purpose, which is my life path number. Sorry, I like to use the board. We always want to make sure that we don't just make it a conference, so you can live here, not just with excitement, but with practical tools that you can use, right, to manage and architecture your life part-time. Of course, like I said, there are tools. This is not an idol. This is a tool. Because the problem we have in 21st century, 2025, is there are too many spiritual charlatans on social media. Right? Carry calabash on your head. I'll go to the river. I'll do it for you. Your life is okay. So they are not given to knowledge. So I am teaching you the academic, scientific, philosophical, psychological aspect of numbers. Spiritual explanation of numbers. Established by the cosmic intelligence that created everything that you can see and that you cannot see. That governs the seen and the unseen world. So you are not one of those confused people who are just walking through life and waiting for a Messiah. Walking through life and waiting for 2027 to come so that they can now have a great life in Nigeria. So what's the first thing I said? I mentioned your identity, right? Your identity. When you master these 5 energy centers, aspects of your life, listen to me. I have seen people, and I'm telling you, one of the reasons why I told myself I'll continue to do what I'm doing is the fact that people have told me how they were in a particular position 9 months ago, down to nothing. And they started applying their principles. And, because a lot of people think that you don't have to leave your religion. Religion is a part of life. Yeah. Religion is not the problem. People are the problem. Religion is like a gun. Religion does not kill people. People kill people. When you load a gun, right, and you drop it here, it can't kill nobody here. So religion in the hand of an ignorant charlatan is a weapon of destruction. But religion in the hand of a conscious person is a tool that they can use, right, as a catalyst to advance their spirituality. Because you can't compare a person who prays 5 times or they observe all their religious rites with consciousness with a person who is claiming, I am now spiritual. I don't do religion again, but they do nothing. They practice nothing. Religion promotes the idea of rituals. Rituals and routines. I have said this a million times, and I said to people, I said, there are some people who will never succeed without religion. They need religion to be anything in life. Because religion gives you that military regimen approach to life. And I've seen people who applied principles, who were down to nothing, I've told you someone's story. She even said it herself, because I said one of the things we don't like to do is to start sharing testimonies, because that's one of the scam they use in this part of the world. Because the day there is no testimony, then we have to call Sister Colette. Sister Colette, can you just help us so arrange something? But we have seen people on the comment section on social media who by themselves said they could not even pay 195,000 naira for a master class in December, right? She lives in the UK. And I jokingly said she was in the UK, but she was not okay. And she had to borrow money from someone in Nigeria to pay for a 195,000 naira master class. Naira. But by February of this year, we had an event in February. She donated 500,000 naira. And I said, what? And she said, no, if this thing is working, I want to learn more. I want to be, I need one-to-one. Everything she wrote on her vision board, she's accomplished like 80% of them. I want to be able to travel out of the UK to America, to some countries. Every bill paid to go and teach master classes. She's going to the US this August. Someone just called and said, we want you to come and organize. Listen, this is not just a conference. This is something that is going to help you architecture the life that you want. And in the next 12 months, you are going to be shocked what's going to happen to you. Because I have seen it literally, clearly, what has happened to people. And I hear testimonies every day. I was telling them in the community, I said, every time people are telling me, I manifested a car. When are you going to manifest a spaceship? Because manifesting a car has become more or less like, is the cheapest thing. Because guess what? Now, people are beginning to know themselves better. So the first path to a miraculous life is to know who you are. Identity. Not an identity built on ambiguous, uncertain vocabularies. I am the king, I am the queen, I am the prince, I am the princess. No, those are built on your energy center of your identity, of your character traits, of your nature. Because when you know that, what do? You start nurturing that nature, right? So what do I do? Anytime I have the opportunity to speak, I grab it. Because when I do that, you know what I'm doing? I am nurturing my nature. That's what I'm doing. Because it has become a tool, so I'm not leaving it to chance. Because there's a difference now between spirituality and spiritism. So most of the things you see on TikTok, they are just spiritism. Oh, you have a spiritual wife, every month you have to carry something and go and feed her. Really? I have to stress myself every month to please my spiritual wife? Don't worry, she is free to come to my house every night. Let her come to my house every night. We have a good time. Let her go back. But I will go to the market, buy this, and for one spiritual wife, no, that's not spirituality. That's spiritism. And the majority of people out there who are claiming, I have left religion, they are into spiritism. A kind of slavery that is worse than the religion they criticize. I want to make sure I help you strike the balance. So you don't become an angry person who is just upset with your parents because they did some things to you didn't like. Or, the church took your money for 16 years and now you are angry. So you can function from the place of knowledge. Because now you know what? You know your number one energy center, your nature, your identity, which you are going to Nurture. And that's what separates you from others, right? Because that's your energy center. You can't separate your birthday from yourself. And this is not astrological nonsense. This is deep, hardcore, authentic spirituality. It is a tool. You are the one using it, right? You worship nothing. Right. You don't idolize anything. You know, so I see on TikTok a lot of these sessions where you see somebody just giving people their numbers. What's your date of birth? My date of birth is 9. This is going to happen to you. Bah! Next person. What's... So you see. So the person, yes, but this is what... So that's all those shenanigans. It's rubbish. Right? So the people who know me, they know that I am going to take my time and use everything you understand. I'll use the Bible, I'll use the Quran, I'll use everything to explain to you first. Because if you don't understand it, you're going to idolize it. People idolize what they don't understand. And you're not meant to worship nature. You don't worship anything outside of yourself. The only person you align with is God. Right? The source, the omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, energy source. That's it. So you see, with the African Renaissance and the awakening that is taking place now, people are now jumping from fry pan to fire. So much confusion all over the place. You know, and this is why several times I've heard people say, this person is also saying something like what you are saying. Maybe you guys should meet. And I'm like, no, we don't have to meet. So what do? You nurture your nature. Because the first path to the miraculous life is to what? Nurture your nature. There are people right now who you are actually meant to be designing. Yeah, you are meant to be designing clothes. There are people right now, you are meant to be creating content. But you know me, I don't like all these social media things. But you are meant to use social media as a weapon, as a catalyst to put yourself and spread your message, because people need to hear you. You know why people are imploding? I know people who, they are so gifted, but they are angry. Do you know why? Because they think that they have so much to offer the world, but there is no platform for expression. So you think you have headache, you have this menstrual cycle pain, this pain, that pain. Many times it is not your physical problem. It is frustration from the fact that, because when you don't nurture your nature, you are starving your nature, right? Whatever you don't nurture, you starve. So your nature is suffering from kwashoko. So you see, so you nurture your nature. That's the first thing. When you discover your identity. I was born on the 12th of August, right? So 1 plus 2 is what? 3. 3 is what? Communication, creativity. So that's I am a communicator. There is nothing demonic about that. The same numbers you use everywhere is established in your Bible, in the Quran, is established everywhere in Buddhism. In numbers are the language of the universe. Nikola Tesla, if you want to understand the secret of the universe, think energy, think vibration, think frequency. So energy is not the physical exertion. I go to work every day, I come back. No. Energy first begins from the place of your essence. And so you see, a lot of people think if they start speaking their truth, that does not work. They have to resume in a place in the morning and close at night. To them, that is work. No. Real work, you know what work is? The etymology of work. Work is becoming who you are. You know that's the definition of work. Work is actually becoming who you are. How do you become who you are? By living from your essence. It's frequency, not force. I force nothing. My mother I have not slept for like maybe a week. I'm going to sleep after all this, yeah. But I can stay up all night just because I want to achieve something. But you know, I don't consider it as hard work. For me, it is just work. Then my mother will say, leave him, he's very lazy. He will not carry anything. He will do it when he wants to do it. She doesn't understand how I operate, right? Because I don't function by the system and the chronology and the calendar of the world. Because I know that as long as I nurture my nature, that's the first path to the miraculous. When you nurture your nature, you don't need any external entity to come and perform any miracle for you. You become a miracle worker of yourself. That's what you do. Because what is miracle? Miracle is not the intervention of any entity you don't understand. Miracle is discovering what works and working it. So you discover what works, and then what do you do with that? You work it. And then takes us to the next thing. Number 2, your purpose. Your energy center of purpose. Let me tell you something. If you can work with these 5 elements, with these 5 energy centers, you are settled. You don't have to tell anybody. When you live here, don't tell anybody. Just keep it to yourself and just be living your life. Because you are the 5 elements, right? You are the 5th element. So when you hear all the concepts of element, fire, water, earth, air, right? So the 5th one is the spirit, and you are the spirit. And this is why you don't worship water, you don't worship fire, you don't worship air. Even if you burn incense, which is a combination of fire and air, right? Without you, it is nothing. Because you are the 5th element, you are the spirit. It is your involvement in that process that makes it effective. So you see. So carrying calabash to the river is nothing. Except your spirit agrees with that process, that I know what I'm doing and I want to achieve something with it. Your energy center of your purpose is a combination of your identity. So people ask me a lot, so how do I discover my purpose? I say, start doing, I want to know who I am. The best way to know who you are is to pursue your purpose. There is no formula. Sorry, my handwriting looks like that of a doctor, but I hope you can see. So there is no special formula to knowing who you are, your identity, right? There is no special formula, because people make it look like, you know, if you want to know who you are, you have to do. If you know, even without the study of numbers, that there is something that comes to you naturally, maybe it is writing, speaking, designing, administration, right? Maybe it is, you just know how to relate well with children. You know how to dress well. You're stylish. Some people have become relevant and influential just because they are stylish. Do you think that Ebuka is getting Big Brother because he knows how to speak? His stylishness is part of the reasons why he has become relevant. So you see. So the moment you discover that part of you and you walk in it, you pursue it, what you are doing is you You are nurturing your nature because your purpose, your life path is a combination of your nature. Your day of birth plus your month of birth plus your year of birth. That's what it is. So I am a master number 11, right? Mystic teacher. Inspirational leader. Don't I look like that? Don't I behave like that? They said the reflection of the light is not making them see the board. But don't worry, let's go ahead. So pursuing your purpose is also nurturing your nature. Activists. Some people, activism is your path to discovering who you are. And when I say activism, I mean speaking for those who can't speak for themselves. I'm not talking about this Nigerian commercial activism. Rosa Parks in America was on the bus at a time when there was separation between blacks and whites. And a black person was not meant to sit in the bus. And Rosa Parks said she's going to sit on the bus. And there was an uproar. And what happens? Historically, when we talk about human rights activism in America during the civil rights movement, you can't talk about it without mentioning who? And it was because of that action that she became influential. So you see, it was living from her essence that gave her the notoriety and the influence. Degrees are good. Sometimes I regret the monies I spent on all those things. Honestly, yeah, but it's all good. But it is living from your essence that makes you an icon to be reckoned with. It wasn't a degree that made Rosa Parks. It wasn't a degree that made Malcolm X become so influential that now they have one of the postal offices in the US. It is his picture that it carries. It wasn't. It's the fact that these people actually pursued their purpose. The establishment, the system is afraid of you pursuing your purpose. As long as you are distracted, the system is okay. Be distracted, waste your time, right? Watch Big Brother Naija, chase clouds. The system is okay with that. But the moment you say to yourself that I am now going to start pursuing, because it is in pursuing your purpose that you discover your identity and you nurture it, and then you discover your month of birth, your tribe. Your tribe, like one of the kids, they are going to bring her later, was born on August 12, just like me. And I didn't know her from anywhere. When her mother introduced her to me last year, she just liked me. Because guess what? She's my tribe. She belongs to my frequency family. Right? So it is here you know. So there are some people you meet that you just don't like them. They didn't do anything to you. And you are wondering why. There is no explanation. They don't belong to your frequency family because everything is an energy vibrating what? A frequency. So you carry within you, I don't like a vibe. You don't belong to the same frequency. And then you have your year of birth, which is your generation. Gen Zs, no matter how special you think you are or unique as a Gen Z, there are similarities between you and every other Gen Z. Of course, so when they say that the Gen Zs are the Sorosoke generation who don't listen to nobody, no matter how unique your Gen Z child is, they also have drops of that in them. Because you cannot deny your generation. So now what do you do with that? You study the character traits of your generation. You were born in 1970. What are the character traits of people born in that year or that period? What are the character traits? This is what a lot of the people, the CEOs, the Fortune 500 company CEOs, the Elon Musk and co., these are the principles they use to rule and govern the world. A lot of us, you don't even know anything about your generation. So when they say, you are going to affect your generation, people say, amen. So what is your generation? So you see, so most things that we are taught, they are ambiguous. Nobody is explaining. They just give it to you. You run with confusion. No explanation. When I said I am going to impact my generation, I am saying I'm going to impact the year I was born, the spectrum. Like Gen Zs are what year to what year now?
1996 to about 2009 to 10.
So you see, the window, that spectrum, there is the characteristics of everybody born with it. Whether you are quiet, it doesn't matter. You are going to carry within you character traits of the people that were born. So how do you now say you are going to affect your generation? You study the characteristics, right? And then you function as an entity and an individual within the spectrum of that generation, and that's how you become a notable person. That's it. So there's no ambiguity, no confusion. So leaving everything to a spirit that will tell you until God tells me I will not move, you will stay there till you die. God has already told you. You are the one who is not moving. God has told you with the principles and systems he has put in place. So people who say that, people who move are regarded sometimes as people who are atheists. They are not atheists. They just function by the systems that God has put in place. But then, until you say, God, 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 then you are not an atheist. No, you can say God, 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 and yet Arsenal is your God. Most men, Arsenal is their God, not God. They are not, they are actually theoretical atheists, if you can put it that way. Now, next thing. Listen, guys, if you can go, see, the reason I'm doing this is because I want you, by next year, when we have the 3rd edition of this, right? The same thing that many people are saying right now, that their life changed since the 1st edition, you are going to be able to say that between now and 9 months. It doesn't take more than 3 to 6 to 9 months to transform your life, because 9 is the end of a cycle. So crying about 5,000 naira 2 years ago, you are still crying about it now. Something is wrong with you. If you are crying about 5,000 2 years ago, you should be crying about 2 million naira now. Your problem should be, as you evolve, so should your problems. I was talking to a friend of mine who said, he started a real estate company less than 2 years. Now he has 5 projects. And there was a day he came to the estate and drove and said, Mr. Femi, I need you to advise me. There is a joint venture we want to do. I want to die. I'm so unhappy. And I need so amount of money. If I don't get 300 million in one week, something is going to happen. And I said, listen, I knew you when you were looking for 30,000 naira. So you came to me now, you think I'm going to start sitting down with you and running pity party. You are meant to go and start sharing testimony. I am so happy with my life. There was a time I needed 30K, I couldn't have it. Now I need 300 million naira. Because even your need is a sign that you are growing. Because needs are a part of human nature. It's part of your journey. See, misguided religion is what makes you think that because you have a need, your life is not working. You are meant to have needs till you die. Because it is your need that helps you to propel yourself to the miraculous. You are meant to always have needs. Yeah. Because your need, especially when they are genuine, you're not meant to have wants, you're meant to have needs, right? So in pursuing your purpose, you're going to have needs, right? Because needs would open you up to the limitlessness of the infiniteness of God. So now you are, okay, we have a lot of virtual assistants, and then we have physical staff, like 6. So now I was telling them that because when it comes to online, Currently we have over 200 people watching us online, right? On one platform. The other platform, maybe everything will be like total, maybe like 400 watching, right? There was a time that I didn't need more than 1, 2 people. There was time that it was just me and Ibro that were doing everything. But it can't be that way. So guess what? Pursuing my purpose has activated higher levels of needs. So you see the mistake people make? They judge their current position by the need, not knowing that that need is meant to be the catalyst that opens you up. And then you start praying, God, please, I need even sickness. Circumstances. When you start pursuing your purpose, you know what happens? You are shielded and protected from witches, all these witches and wizards theories. As a governor of a state or president, nobody can arrest you. By virtue of your office, you have immunity. By virtue of pursuing your purpose, you have immunity. So if I'm flying, I know that there are a lot of things I'm still meant to do, so I cannot die. Until I get to the point where I know that, okay, I've done it, and I'm satisfied, and I'm fulfilled within me that I have fulfilled my soul contract, right? Anything that wants to happen, let it happen. Because you are granted immunity by virtue of pursuing your purpose. And then it takes us to the next thing, number 3. Which is your what? Your destiny. Destiny what? Destiny expression. If you are a business person, this is what I teach corporate organizations. Because if you don't understand the esoteric aspect of branding, I have been told several times by people who want to brand me that don't worry about that. I'm into spiritual branding. I have Ibro, right? Don't worry, we'll talk. Because you can't tell me I have to always dress a certain way in the name of branding. That guy, what's his name? They will use some people as examples. You see the way he dresses every time. He's always on this red cap. You have to study me first. I am not wired like that. Based on my nature, my purpose, I am meant to express that purpose a certain way, not like any other person. It doesn't matter the result they are commanding. I just have to do me, right? So you see, the first thing here is who are you? That's the question. The most popular question on the street of Abuja. Who are you? And then this is, why are you here? So you don't end up like every other person. And then guess what? This is important. But listen to me. When I have politicians on my clientele, right? So I always tell them, you people are liars. So I know you will never tell me your real age because you are liars. But I don't need your real age. I just need to know your name. Then I'm going to be able to develop a system you are going to use as a tool to become anything you want to become in your political career. Because the moment I know how, this is the question everybody is asking. Verbally or not verbally. Everybody is asking, how do I? Because they don't know how. They know that there's something great about them. They know they have a great mission, but they don't know how to pursue their purpose whilst nurturing their nature. They don't know. But this is what gives you that expo. So what is let me use myself as, what is my destiny number? By virtue of my name. It is the energy of 8, right? You know, I told you that numerology is the spirit science study of numbers, the esoteric meaning of numbers. So numbers are not just figures. Numbers are energy fields vibrating a frequency. And there's nothing demonic about it because you are a product of numbers. Your thumbprint, when you go there and you press your thumbprint and it shows, right? It translates into numbers, serial numbers, right? And that's how they are able to let you have access. So numbers are the language of the universe. So it is a tool that you use. You master it to run your life. So you are not praying from morning till night and crying and allowing people to use you as a victim. So as an 8th destiny, for instance, I know that whatever I do, I must create an entrepreneurship system. So how are we able to organize an event like this without begging anybody for money? Because there is an entrepreneurship system that funds it. Because 8 is the number of power. Because 8 is the number of money. 8 is the number of manifestation. Right? We are in the 8th season right now. Right? The 8th month, Lionsgate Portal. Right. So 8 is a number that does not chase or beg. It creates its own economic system. So that if anybody has to support what I am doing, I did not beg them. So you see, it's different from yours. If yours is 7, there is introspection. It means that you need to be an introspective person. Because that's your how to now do all this. So you see, it's not all these TikTok spirituality jargons they are telling people. This is deep spiritual, academic, psychological work that you must do and then wield this weapon to run your life and become the most authentic version of yourself. So if you are a 1 destiny, for instance, what are you meant to do? It simply means you don't wait to be led. You lead. That's how you become your authentic self, and then you pursue your purpose. So this is the main thing. How? This is your sword of destiny. This is your Achilles sword. Because guess what is happening to many people right now? They are using someone else's sword to fight their battle. You will never win. So when you study the Vikings, a Viking is nothing without his or her sword. So when a Viking dies, what do? Please, they will beg their enemies. If a Viking dies without his or her sword, they will go and beg the people that killed them. If they have to sacrifice the whole army, we need the person's sword so we can bury them with their sword. So you are meant to die with your sword. After you have used it, right? So you wield it, you use it, and then you die with your sword. So when a Viking dies, they have their sword buried with them like this. So what do you do with this? Since you have to nurture your nature, pursue your purpose, you are meant to sharpen your sword. So for a person like me, who's by virtue of my name, my destiny number is 8, right? What do? I have to make sure every now and then I am building entrepreneurial systems. I am thinking of how to monetize. Because I am not meant to beg people for money. I am not meant to write letter of financial support. I'm not meant to do it. Some people are meant to do it by virtue of their... Yeah, some people are meant to actually seek support. But I am not meant to. I am not meant to prospect in business. So I don't prospect in real estate. If I tell you, for instance, and you tell me, Femi, I will get back to you end of the month, I will not call you. If you don't call me, I'll leave it like that. And every time that I try to, let it not look like I am proud, let me call, it was an embarrassment. But you don't have to be like that. So meaning you have to discover your own and then wield your weapon. Sharpen your sword and then use your sword because life is a battle. Job chapter 7 verse 1. All the days of man on earth is warfare. That's what it says. Peace is an illusion. You are here to fight. So without your own sword, you have lost. Just know that. And this is the tool that gives you that. And that takes us to the 4th thing. Your soul urge number. Your first energy center, the path to the miraculous, is your knowing your nature and nurturing it. Second one, pursuing your purpose. Third one, sharpening your sword, your destiny. And then the fourth one is your soul urge, which is your what? Your heart's desire. What does your heart truly desire? I always tell people jokingly, and I say, the day that I am able to sit down and say, okay, for 1 year, I can attend a Ludovico concert and Zima's concerts, some of these other guys, I can attend their concerts and all the itineraries for the year, mostly in Europe, and attend every year without thinking about whether I have accomplished, I am successful in life. That is better than buying a Porsche for me. That's me. Right? Because based on my soul urge, that is what my heart desire. Some people need to be like Davido and buy all the expensive cars. Their soul actually desire material things. And for a lot of times, it is not vanity. It is just that they desire, because traveling to different countries for concerts would also be tagged vanity. Because why are you spending that money when there are poor people? If you are saying Davido is spending money on cars and he cannot help poor people, why are you spending 10 million naira going to go and watch classical music when there are poor people? So we all don't want the same thing. When you understand your soul and you function from the office of your soul, you are not going to be in competition with nobody. Because you are not looking for what they are looking for. And what do you do with this? You function. This is your functionality. You are meant to function from the office of your soul. That's why in numerology, how do you know your soul urge number? The vowels in your name. So when you say the vowels, what does it mean? Breath, right? The breath of life. Because the air that you breathe is not just air, it is your breath of life. When a person gives up they say they gave up the ghost, meaning they stopped breathing, right? So the day a person stops breathing, they stop functioning. So there are people who are walking corpse. They are still walking with their body, but they have stopped functioning because they are disconnected from their soul, from their heart desire. So they are ruled by their wants, not their needs, right? So that's why they have to steal and cheat and be corrupt and lie because they are disconnected from their soul. And that takes us to the last one, right? Are you enjoying it? The last one is your personality. And your personality is... Everything here is very important, but your personality is actually the most important. You know why? People judge you, right, by your personality. So my personality is a 5. And what is 5? 5 is a number of a people person, an adventurer, right? A jolly good fellow who carries everybody along. So what do I do with that? I am developing my personality. So you develop, that's what you do with this. So you develop the right qualities and traits necessary for you to be the authentic version of your personality. Because your personality is how people perceive you. So if you like, be a king here, be a senator here, be a gladiator here, be a spiritual whatever here. If your personality is ugly, forget about all these other things. Nobody cares. Your personality is your aura, is your auric field. You are an energy field vibrating a frequency. I am an energy field vibrating a frequency. So if the frequency is wrong, everything is wrong. Nobody cares about my mission or how eloquent I am. if my personality is smelly. I have seen a lot of people and I've spoken to a lot of people who they have so much to offer. But every time people say the same thing, I just don't like listening to him. I don't like the energy. That's what you hear. I don't like the energy. I don't like. Something is wrong. It's not about people, it's you. There's something you need to work on about your personality. You know, and this is why we always recommend the art of water ritual. When you are taking your bath, you are actually meant to speak to the different centers of your body. Because your body, your gesticulation, how you carry yourself, is meant to represent your purpose in life. So you can have a great purpose, a great assignment, and yet the way you carry yourself projects you as a nasty, rude, disrespectful person. So nobody will listen to you. Yet you have such a great gift, such a great skill to offer people, but yet they don't care. They don't want to do business with you because you are not a thief, but when they see you, I suspect that she's a thief. But you are not a thief. This one look like prostitute, but you are not a... Your body count is probably 1 or 0. She's like a prostitute. Something is wrong with your aura. And God has given you an instrument, which is your voice, that you can use. Doctor, welcome. That you can use to reset and reshape and cleanse your auric field. Auric field. Dr. Christos is the Vice Chancellor of the Chris Lead Faculty of Mine Engineering. Your personality is a perfect example of somebody who has, over time, worked on his personality. Let me tell you something that you need to know as I close this session. When they say talent is not enough, one of the things they are referring to is that all of these are not enough. You don't have to be as talented as Dr. Christos. You don't have to be as talented as me. But you have to... Good afternoon. Princess, good afternoon. But you have to develop a personality that is in alignment with all of this. And guess what? You are going to command better results than those who are more gifted and talented than you. Davido. I play 7 instruments. Yeah. Clap for me. Yeah. It's noisy. And nobody taught me. I just carried them and started playing them. So I know about music, right? When it comes to music dexterity, when it comes to vocal dexterity, right? Davido is not there. Yeah. Davido is not, his voice is not, yeah. Eh? His fans will, because they don't know about music. I love, even me that I am aware that vocal-wise he's not there. I prefer him, guess what? His aura. So there are musicians who are 1 million times better than Davido, right? But his fan base is bigger, right? Because people come, there is this thing about him that people want to go to him. That's an aura. So when they say talent is not enough, because for those of you who have put together your sign and seal letter to the universe that we did on the 8th of August, every intention you have written down if they are not powered by these 5 elements, sometimes your manifestation would happen and you won't even know it has happened. And then you misuse the opportunity. Sometimes the person who is meant to connect you to the next level, you will be rude to them. Sometimes because you want to sound like you are a big person on social media, you will be insulting people who can feed you and buy you and give you change. And then people, listen, every human is relating with you based on your energy, not your body. Is your subtle body. Because you don't just have a physical body, you have a subtle body, which is the body of your soul, right? Every religion will tell you there is a triangular form of existence, which is the spirit, the soul, and the body, right? So this body, fine, it is good, take care of it. But I am connecting with you. Even as I speak, I can connect with you based on your subtle body. And people judge you based on your subtle body. So it's not because somebody was saying, that Dr. Christos, I just like him, he is fine. And I said, yeah, he's good. He's a fine boy. But it's not just because he is a fine boy. He has a fine personality. And sometimes you have to work on your personality. You have to work on your, or I don't care, that's who I am, let them go away. And tomorrow you will come and meet them. I am doing this, I just need, subscribe to my this, patronize me. How? But you just told them you don't care what they think about you. Go and deal with angels and spirits. It is the integration of these 5 energy centers that will transform your life. With this few points of mine, I hope I have been able to convince you that developing your personality is better than grandstanding like Portable. Thank you so much, guys. We wanted to make sure we do this so that you can carry on with that. For those of you who are not going to be available online for some of the sessions that we hold, I have some gifts for some people, and we're going to be giving those gifts out later during the session. The MC is going to take over from here. Saliu, Sincere, is he around? So thank you so much, guys, and have a great day. Thank you.
I'm not sure that round of applause. Are we wasting your time? Have you had value so far? Would you like to come again? Okay, so Mr. Femi Jubal is an author, like he has said, and he has some books here for sale. This is Elevated Single Life. This is 18 Money Ritual. And the one that he wants to give as gifts that he said is on numerology. Transform your life with numbers. And then we also have Colette Davidson, one of the speakers from the event today. This is her book, and it's called We Move. She also has a new book out, My Father's Sperm. It's going to be available as well. I want to quickly call on the next speaker because of want of time, and she's none other than Dr. Nsan Mary Diana Tikan. She's going to be launching this book, and I'm sure she's going to tell us all about it.
Thank you.
Take us on this journey through for the next 30 minutes.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. You know, I'm particularly excited today. You know, when I was getting ready for this event, I was saying, what should I wear? And the color red just kept coming. I didn't know it was going to measure up to the excitement in my heart. I'm very excited. Now, I have 30 minutes, and one of the things I said, what can I do within the short time? But I'll anchor my message from a story. And I'll bring out everything I think, most of the things you need to know. But before I do that, I want to thank my friends, some of whom were my secondary school classmates. They are here. My friends Udwak Baker, Odo Fashola, and of course my university classmate and sister, Sarah. See my Malabresis from the University of Calabar. And they are here to support me. I didn't know, I'm still having a book launch in Cross River State, Nigeria, but Abuja is the place because Mr. Femi Jubal has given us some of us impetus. You know, it's one thing to have resource. If you want to cook egusi soup, you won't buy afang leaves. You need to bring the specific condiments for egusi. And so with the help of his mentorship and tutelage, I've been able to put together the resource that I think would serve this generation in a particular direction, which is in the area of holistic development for children. Now, my message is very simple. I believe that we can raise well-rounded children to become high-value individuals in society. Now, I want to walk you through something. I brought my daughters, 4 of them. Can you imagine my life in my older years if I have 4 irresponsible daughters? Can you imagine it? Is it a life you will enjoy? That is why anybody who, you see, everything we are learning is in adulthood, but the work is simple when you start from childhood. Childhood is temporary, but the consequences and the effects are eternal. It says, show me the child when he's 7 and I'll tell you the man. Now, let me take you to the story. I have 30 minutes. Some of us have Christian background. My friend is a Christian mother in the Catholic Church. All of us are conversant. You know, my message and my book is not religious, but religion is powerful. So we'll pick, if I have a citation from the Quran, I'll pick. Now, the story of John the Baptist. How did John the Baptist die? Salome, the daughter of Herodias, said, give me the head of the Baptist on a platter. Now, let me give you the scoop of this. People have been hearing this story. John the Baptist, they cut his head. We've heard it. Let me bring out a couple of things. They said that Salome danced and she pleased the king on his birthday before his guests, other kings. And in the excitement, the king said, anything you want, including half of my kingdom, I will give to you. Are we together? Salome ignored half of a kingdom, ignored the possibility of being one of the most powerful women and daughters, and went for the head of the Baptist. Why? It says that when the king told Salome, what do you want? Salome did not say. She went to who? Her mother. And she said to her mother, what shall I ask of? And the mother said, ask of the head of the Baptist. I'm trying to bring out parental influence. I'm going somewhere. And Salome asked, who was John the Baptist? She didn't just kill a normal, she didn't just ask for the head of a normal person. No. John the Baptist was the forerunner of the biblical Jesus, the Messiah according to Christendom. A kinsman with Jesus. A man who we know, by all standards, a celebrity and a prophet. How did he die? One child that doesn't have common sense asked for the head of the Baptist and couldn't even question her mother's decision. For Salome to have asked for the head of the Baptist, to have done that dance, it means that Salome was not a small girl per se. She wasn't like my daughter. Now I asked a question. In my older years, I've always heard this story. I asked a question in my older years. I said, so what kind of dance is this in the whole of this world that a king can say, I will give you half of my kingdom, and end up giving the head of a man? Now, for Christians, I don't think that the Bible explained it. But in art and literature, we get to find out that is the dance of the 7 veils. What is the dance of the 7 veils? It is a striptease dance where the veils are removed and you can see the body of the woman. Now, this story I'm telling you is a story I've been working on for my new book. But there are too many dimensions, so I want to start from there. It says, when the Salome start dancing so much of all the dancers, that this her striptease dance could entice a king to give her the head of a man. The seat of consciousness, the seat of vision, one girl that danced for a couple of minutes, just talking to her mother, changed the whole trajectory. Did we hear of Salome after that? No. But maybe let's look at it like this. If Salome had gotten half of the kingdom, maybe we would have heard different things. There would have been different dimensions. Maybe that girl would be able to show her leadership prowess. Maybe she would be able to change the course of history. Just maybe. Why did the mother ask for the head of the Baptist? Because she married her late husband's brother. And John the Baptist was saying, this is unlawful. Did he do anything wrong? No. I'm only telling you the influence of a parent on the child. That was the birth and the origin of my book. I know that we look forward to a time when our children will go to school, but there is a place from before conception, right, to the time when the child is with you. It can determine everything about that child's life. But that is consequent on the fact that you as a parent is conscious of your parenting journey. That is why I stick with the fact that parenting is consciousness. Are we together? So when you have a child from infancy, then you go to early childhood, then you go to middle childhood, then you go to adolescence, and then they become every single season. It says the universal law of rhythm says everything is in circles and seasons. The tendency that you miss a season gives you more work with children. That's why I tell people, when you want to adopt, if you can adopt below 5, below 3, better for you. I had a personal experience. I've been working with vulnerable children. So there was this one that I really gravitated towards. But I took him for therapy. By the way, in Nigeria, we don't have a system that rehabilitates children. I mean, we are just surviving, you know. And I took that boy after rehabilitation. He's been exposed to all kinds of things. Brought him home, gave him bed. Fountain would come down from the bed and sleep on the floor. Because he was a street boy, that's what he knows. It's not because there was no bed. In the nights, Fountain would pee by the corner of the room when there was a bathroom. He doesn't know, because when he's sleeping on the road, he just pees inside the gutter. It was annoying, but was it the child's fault? That is the exposure he had from delivery onto his early. So he is as good as a savage. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? And so, while childhood is a temporary phase in life, while childhood may be to a particular time, temporary, but you're not just raising a child. You are raising the next president of a country. You are raising the next governor of a state. You are raising the next minister. You are raising the next husband or wife. Today, people are saying, husband is beating me, wife is beating me, men has come. They are products of a broken upbringing. Are you hearing me? They are products of broken and no upbringing at all. So you are not just raising your son, you are raising somebody's husband. So in doing that, do that with the consciousness that my son cannot raise his hand on a woman. Neither can my daughter say men has come or become irresponsible. Are we together? So while childhood is a window of somebody's entire life, you've heard of childhood trauma, right? While it is a window, it can impact grossly on a child. There's a chapter in my book that speaks of subliminal configurations. What are subliminal configurations? Subliminal configurations, they use it in advertising. But every time as a mother, I cry about how my husband treated me. So much so that my daughters hear me and I abuse their father. The father who is the first love of his daughter's life. In as much as he hurts me as the woman, my actions is subliminally configuring my daughter such that she's the kind of child that can say, men are scum. I don't want to see what my mother saw in my father's hand, though. Because her father is supposed to be her king. You don't know that the father is the first love of the daughter's life. Yes, Sigmund Freud wrote it. He says Oedipus complex and Electra complex, you know. While we do that, while we subliminally configure our children, even by our behavior, even by the way we speak, even by the way we dress, even by the way we interact, and we think they don't know because they are children, you are subliminally configuring them. Now, subliminal configurations are a stimuli that is deposited below the threshold of consciousness. Below, it's like the pikin know they see. But they see. And what happens is that it impacts on behavior. Have you heard that saying? Say, an apple does not fall far from the tree. Today, before we came here for this event, I told my children, go and dress up. One of my daughters dressed the way I would naturally dress. And I was laughing. Just the same way. I said, okay, please, today, okay, it's my own day. Let me be in the spotlight. Step down. It's because she's my daughter. I didn't teach her that, but she sees it. Are we together? She sees it. So sometimes, even when they caution me as my children, I know that, yes, they are right, because that's who I am. Yes, they caution me. They say, Mommy, this, you're too loud. I say, okay, sorry. You know? So now, we have to, as parents, parenting is the easiest thing. Everybody is an eligible parent, so long as you're of childbearing age. So everybody has an idea what a child, do you know what I mean? But who is producing the people who are a problem to society? Is it the spirit? Are we together? So we have all the resources and all the tools. Now, one of my driving forces is the fact that I believe we can raise well-rounded children to become high-value individuals. One of my latest topics to my children is that society has niches. Do you want to be at the bottom? You want to become a fashion designer. Do you want to design for the people you will sew for 2K, 3,000, you sew like 50? Or you want to come to a civil servant, maybe director cadre, you sew for like 50,000. Or you want to sew for Dangote and Elumelu, and you sew one and you rest for 3 months. It's from childhood you begin to design that. You begin to, my daughter, tell me your niche from now. Do you understand what I'm saying? My book is simple. Let's start from the very beginning. If you want to raise a president, build a model that begins to raise that president from infancy. Don't leave anything to chance. And I'm so happy that one of my friends is here. I'm not going to call her name. There was a time years back, she asked me a question. She said, Diana Mary, you're always talking about children. Picking where go spoil, go spoil. You know, have you heard people say that? Somebody children go spoil, it go spoil. You know, in all the years that I've worked, anytime I have the opportunity, I say it with so much confidence, my children don't go spoil. I say it's not possible. Because as we have learned, all the speakers have come here, they've spoken. Life is in dimensions. I think it is all is mind. Mind is all is the hematic philosophy that everything starts in the mind. Life is in different dimensions. As I grow every day, you don't only teach your children all of this, even spiritually speaking. When we're growing, as mothers, when you're nursing, when the child starts eating food, you masticate with your mouth, you break it down, and you give to the child so the child will eat. It is the same thing with your values, your principles, your vision, your mission. Break everything down. Breaking down goes to as far as or as basic as dressing your bed. I tell my daughter, me and you cannot be arguing about you've not dressed your bed and you bring your result and you do well. A child who has a strong character will shine all round. It's a simple fact. A child who wakes up and knows that I should be prepared, anchor my day, will know when to go. That kind of child, you can't joke. I told my daughters, I tell them, I say, you will not allow joke. People joke with you and laugh. It's not, you know when to stop nonsense in its tracks and have some dignity for yourself. Is it easy in today's society? There are charlatans everywhere. Even to the class teacher in the class is a problem because they don't understand your values. But should we stop? No. Because we have where we are going to. It only gets better with time. There is an audacity for parents of this generation. You need that audacity. I cannot compromise on having irresponsible children. It's not an option. Do you understand? I heard a woman of God say something on a video message. It says, when you are praying, pray for kind children. I say, no, ma, you don't pray for kind children. You teach children kindness. You teach children how to be kind. You teach children the values that you want to see. Not because you're doing it to make them better people, but the highest beneficiary at the end of the day will be you, the parents. It's the truth. Have you not seen children that are not kind to their mothers or their fathers? You want to see what's happening in some homes? You wouldn't like it. That's after all this hustle and bustle in my life. In my old age, when I'm supposed to be relaxing, one child will wake up from somewhere and say, it's not. I think that, and why is this message important? Your children will not function in isolation. The husband that your daughter will marry is in somebody's house. May not be in the house of an irresponsible parent. So after nurturing your child, somebody from somewhere will come and carry the person. That is why this is a crusade for everybody. Are we together? Raising children is a crusade for everybody. Because if that child doesn't marry, you will function in the office place. The boss may be a charlatan. The colleague may be a problem. Are we together? There is a message that every parent needs to sit up. You must be interested in what is happening. And look, your interest and your work will not be rewarded with anyhowness. One of my favorite chapters in the book that I wrote has to do with how to break sabotaging family patterns. There are some families that are plagued with certain idiosyncrasies. It's established, you know. There are so many postulations, and let me not quote. You look at some families, you say, that house, they have a lot of scholars. Then they go school well. You know what I mean? You look at another, they say, they really had things hard, with poverty, and them are 5 and 6. They suffer. You look at another side, you say, they are drunks in that house. Yes, am I exaggerating it? You look at another, I say that this is a house of politicians. These ones where they like politics, when once they finish, they go, this house, lawyers. You see all those pictures on social media, all of them lawyers. There is a pattern and a semblance of families. All of us know where we come from. Some families, the girls don't get married. Some is divorce. It's easy. It's family patterns. Some are good, some are sabotaging, some are disadvantageous. And even those of us sitting here know things in our family, in our bloodline, things that are worrisome and are problematic. Things that we wish we didn't experience. There's no perfection in human endeavor, but we know that these patterns are recurrent. Some families have incestuous relationships. Some of the children are abused by family members. Some families have a lackadaisical attitude. No purpose, no vision. These are disadvantageous family patterns. Now, In my book, there is a part that speaks about the bloodline breakers. It has to start with one person. And the person it should start from can be a parent or the parents. You must write the vision and make it plain. I try to, you know, that is what in Christendom, some people call it deliverance. So some people have been going for deliverance year in, year out. Year in, year out. You know, sometimes let us not misdiagnose psychological problems. Some problems are psychological. It's in the mind. It's not, you don't need a pastor to be hitting your head. And you don't need it. Oh, there's a part in my book that speaks about your priest, that you're the priest over your child. Some of you, everybody have put hand on your child's head. You are not declaring and speaking on your child. But you are good to carry your child, spend your transport, and go to the next available person. Pastor, pray for this child. This child has a spirit of stubbornness. You must first know yourself as the priest of the child. Out of everybody in the world, you were the portal to bring the child to this, or you think it is a joke. Even if it was through adoption, you think it was a joke that the child landed in your space? Do you think so? And so we must begin to look at, you know, when you're ready to start having children, you must look at dimensions beyond the fact that you are able to buy SMA gold for the child. It's not about food. The child can be eating and have sawdust in the head. What are you loading the child with? Through the seasons, what kind of results do you want to see? What kind of patterns do you want to see transmitted? There's this boy of 9 years old I follow on TikTok. His name is Mark Alexander. He sews. He's been to some of the biggest runways, and I sat down to read about him. Mark Alexander started sewing at age 6 when he told his mother he wanted to be a designer. And I read and I said, where did this boy get this from? I read somewhere that either his great-grandfather was into dressmaking or something of that sort. You see where the bloodline is important. It says that you owe your children 2 things: roots to grow and wings to fly. Are you with me? So within your bloodline, there is the potential of greatness and there is the potential of unfortunate situations. So the choice is yours, which you're going to run with. Right? I don't want to explain that too much. It's inside the book. The choice is all yours. But I want you to be sure that if you have children, if you are planning to have children, you must wake up and do the work. Because the first person who will be hit is you, before the rest of us outside here. Before the rest of us outside here. What would make a child go to the mother and say, what should I ask for? So a child that can do the dance of the 7 veils doesn't know what she wants. That she stands before the king and sees a life-changing opportunity and she can't negotiate. Salome was an utter disappointment. And I brought it back home. Gen Z, you are everywhere but nowhere sometimes. You are excited. Teach your children how to identify opportunities. These conversations are not too big. Let them learn negotiations in the house. One day my son was telling my daughter, if I do it for you, I will eat your meat. They thought I would enter the conversation. I did not enter. He was negotiating. I did as if I did not hear. So, young woman, get up and sort it out. Or you come to a compromise. Okay, let me give you a quarter. I can't give you all of it. It starts in your presence. Sometimes we are so attached to our children that we don't know when to pull back and allow them to go in front. Are we together? We are so attached. Even myself, I have to train myself. I have a daughter who will not sleep if it's not beside me. But she's not my last child. have to train they have to come to the place of knowing their individuality. But the book is structured in such a way that it's a blueprint. You have no right scolding a child who you did not teach. You did not teach the child. How is the child supposed to know? While I believe that children are raised by communities, it's irresponsibility to rely solely on the outer world. Children have energy. There's a chapter that talks about the energy alchemy for children. What to do with this energy? What can you do with this energy? Are we together? Please, are you with me? Yeah. And for those of us who trust that the school system will help us, you have to rethink it. Nigeria has 2 ways. What do they call it? 6334. That's about 18 years. 18 years is a long time. Oh. So your child will just be wearing clothes and going to school. And I hear on social media, some people will say, all of you that take your children to expensive school. I say, this is poverty speaking. If you can afford a good school for your child, please send your child to a good school. There's a reason why the school fee is more. When you read my book, you will know why. There's a reason. Because in shaping a child, there is what they call the Bloom's taxonomy that helps you, but not completely, to channel your child's energy. While you are still knocking your child, you didn't carry first, second, or third position, ignoring the fact that you have about 9 types of intelligences. The child must come first. My son suffered it. This thing I don't like, give me. Then I maybe come and go. Because if you leave me here, I thought my account number. No. On a serious note, I'm happy that my friends are here. I want the children of my friends to flourish and be high value. I want my friends and their children, like I want yours in the community. Do you know what I mean? I want to know that I can trust a system and a place and a circle with the kind of children that my children will mingle with. Quick fact about me, I don't use swear words. I don't use the F word. It's not that anybody beats me. I look like somebody that uses it morning, afternoon, and night. I know. But I don't. Not because anybody told me. It's my training. Do you understand? It's my training. One day, I mistakenly said it. My daughter said, Jesus, Mommy. And when she did that, I held myself back. I said it was a moment of confusion, right? And I apologized. I said, because you don't used to use it, what happened to you? I said, it's confusion, my daughter. It happens to the best of us. And that simple act has taught me that what you teach your children defines their character. Build your children in character and in learning. When your children step out, wouldn't you love for them to represent you properly? Don't you want that? Don't you like your children to represent your family properly? Represent your local government properly? Represent your state properly? And represent Nigeria properly? That is what it should be. Let us build a community of conscious parents and children. It's a life is a warfare. Life is a warfare. Right? And in this warfare, you have to win. Having children, you will sacrifice. I can't remember when last I go. Immediately I have money, I'm thinking of my children. But I find the time to take care of myself. I hope I look the path. I have my percentages, my divide, my mommy time, my me time. And finally, I want to wrap up. In all of this, the possibilities that those of us who have children, who have nieces, we want to go now. There's something they call pressure, parental pressure. Don't pressure your children. Understand through the stages. Some children are not as fast. Some children are not as sharp. There's something they call the curse of the gifted child. Some children are gifted. And so every time you see them, you're clapping for them. You're too much. You are doing so well. It's good though, but you're destroying that child. I'll tell you why. When a child passes things easily, you know, when you're learning, you're not learning because you just want to pass and impress people. You are learning life skills. You are learning life skills that in your adulthood, you say talent is not enough. He said it. The gift is not enough. The grind is. You learn discipline in childhood. Now, for example, this child is doing, this one will just pass. So you never teach the child or allow the child to read because he go just sabi am. Now, reading is not just there's a discipline that comes with reading. A discipline. The ability to sit down and read and process and focus may not be about the book, but there comes a time where you need critical thinking, a discipline to function that your reading ethics and culture will help you. So when you are raising children, it's not in the moment, but it is the character that you are forming to. So a gifted child, most times, you say, this one will just squash her. My daughter was learning board games. So the teacher will say, she's the master of board. I told him, don't ever tell her she's the master of board game. Let her sit down there and play that game to the end. If she's the master in my house, take her to another champion. Let her beat that champion before you come and tell me she's a master. So she won't come and be walking here like peacock. That she played with her 7-year-old sister and defeated her at 10, and you call her master. That's flimsy. But my point is made. Cultivate the discipline to eat your food, my 7-year-old, and clean up after you have eaten. Wake up from your bed and know that you should take a glass of water and bless yourself. I cannot understand how you wake up and you leave your bed undressed. It beats me. And then you come back and say, I wrote my composition. Well, I tell them, they are there. I say, you did not cross some T's, you did not dot some I's. You that woke up and didn't dress bed, have the patience to go and be crossing T and dotting I. It's an anomaly. If you check, the people who were coming good first in class are people that if you see them sometimes, they are neat, they are put together. There is something, it connects. So every day, if you have a child who is tidy at home, be thankful for that child. Even if that child is not coming second or third or fourth, that's inconsequential. Are we together? So it is holistic. When you want to build well-rounded children, it's holistic. So in your spiritual journey, in all of your endeavors, please do well to check and think. The book will give you a template. It's a blueprint. So my question is, what is the blueprint we are handing to the next generation? When my days are gone on earth, will I be happy in my spirit life that my children are doing well for their own children? Would I have been able to institute a culture for well-rounded children who will become high-value individuals? And I rest on this note. Some of the most reputable families in this world have a family culture. But we are just sleeping and waking up. Have you eaten? Yes. Let us go to school. Are you back? Have you done homework? That is the pattern. But I pray that this book blesses you. It's not just about the book. I pray that it works for you and it raises a generation of stars who will be innovators, captains of industries, stars who will make you proud and uphold your family name. That your children will not give you sleepless nights. That every work that you have put in, your children shall blossom, flourish, and they will never see evil. Your children will see evil and detest it from afar. Your children will be wealth-making children. Your children will be placed in society such that there will be pride. In fact, that you are here, I decree unto the universe and to the God that I serve, that your children will be established in high places, and they will be a source of pride and joy to you. Thank you very much. On that note, I'd like to most respectfully invite the man who encouraged me to put down this book. I had been having it. Daddy went to the pamper. Gedoni is here. Gedoni is my daughter from another mother. I didn't give birth to her, but she always tells me, I like you, I like you. I used to run away from mentorship. I don't. But Gidoni will always find me. Ladies and gentlemen, Femi Jubal, a fantastic gentleman. Daddy we know the pamper. Action man. Thank you very much, Sir Femi. God bless you. Oh, really?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It gives me great pleasure
Please power this mic for Sir Femi.
to launch this book, and this, for me, this is the beginning.
Yeah.
So like I was telling you, I said that you only need one key to open your gates of power and influence. And you already opened that gate a long time ago. But there are some other doors that needs to be opened. And this book is going to open those doors.
I'm sure.
And for someone like Dr. Diana Mary, I knew that she needed to have an intellectual property. So the first time I saw her, I just saw, you're meant to be a doctor. And I didn't even know it was going to happen so soon. And we are thankful that this is happening.
Yes, we are.
If you know her very well, you know she's passionate about children. And the philosophy and her techniques and the strategies and how she talks about parenting is so unique. Not just that it is unique, it is universal. Because one of the challenges we are plagued with is incompetent and ignorant parents. I don't have a biological child now. I see a lot of parents try to use that to taunt those. I'm seeing how you are raising your own children. You don't have the right to, because there is so much incompetence and ignorance on the part of. I'm not saying that to bring anybody down. She makes often say that child will go. Thankful that we have a book. So this book is a creative solution, ensuring that the tools and the resources that you need to raise your child, give them this holistic training that would make them who they are meant to be, because a parent is a tour guide. And if you travel to, let's say, a country like Russia, for instance, right? You have never been there, and you are going to have a tour guide, and you are meant to spend 5 days. Has it happened to you before? You will spend 4 days sleeping in the hotel because you are confused. 4th day you are like, "Chai, I have only 1 day left. Where can I go? Where can I go?" And you are rushing because there is no tour guide. Same thing that happened to a lot of us and is happening to a lot of children. But we are thankful that we have a book like this for child's sake that is going to care for this. And I know that God has blessed it. And through this book, this is your portal. This is not just a book. It is your portal. Greater things. Every success that you have achieved in life, they are nothing compared to the success you are going to achieve by virtue of this book. Because this is a solution. It's a transgenerational solution. It is the cure and the antidote to juvenile delinquencies, to all of these shenanigans you see in society by children who were not brought up properly. It is not just going to help the child, it's going to help the parents. And we are thankful for it. And I also encourage everybody. We have launched this book. Now, we don't need a massive ceremony because it is about the portal, not the product. We have birthed the vision, and the vision would sharpen itself as time goes on. So thank you so much. Let's have a copy of the book. And everyone, wherever you are, I have my brother all the way from the US, from Georgia, Abdubari, who is here. He's going to take a lot. Yes, you will, brother. Yeah, we have, Tolashe is here. She will also help us with, so through this network, we're going to make sure that we spread each person's products. Dr. Christos is not here, so Chris Lead office is upstage. So Dr. Christos is going to have some books in the office. They sell my books. They're going to have Kotolashe's journal. We are building a community. So we have to be fraternal about it. There has to be some fraternity approach to it. Buy only from the people you know. That's how wealth is transferred. Except there is nobody around me in the community who can do search. If there's nobody, I go outside. If you are my family member, you are not in the community, and there's something to be done, I'm not giving you. Because it means that you are suffering from familiarity. So go and meet your own people wherever you have them. These are my own people. So we're going to have the book at Chrisley Faculty of Engineering and all over the place. And we're also going to Calabar.
Yes.
Hey! I can't wait to go to Calabar. Benin, we're going to have copies in Benin.
Oh, thank you.
Because we have Chrisley campus in Abuja and in Benin. And of course, I'm going to Lagos, so we're going to have copies in Lagos. So this book is now launched. And this book, this work, is going to break boundaries. It's going to move from the north to the south to the east and the west. And it's going to fulfill the purpose for which it has been published. So I want you guys to just look at Dr. Diana Mary and send her, whether in words or in thoughts, the best wishes. This is your first authorship. Wow. So for a book, academic publishing, she has a PhD, right? So this is her first work for a book. So just by words, by thoughts, send her all the positive energies and words. We'll do that for like 2 minutes. And we're going to call on Ajemi Kosi to help us bless the book. And some of our, okay, after that we have some guests that came for her. They're also going to help us launch the book. But let's have Ajemi Kosi. Pure energy. Bless the book.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want you to say Ashe. 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 Yes. So this book, I'm just going to talk about knowledge. So the definition of knowledge really is you're imparting education. The meaning of education is you're imparting knowledge or you're taking in knowledge. And knowledge doesn't have to just be formal education. It can be informal. It can also be learning skills. But the most important thing is, along with knowledge comes cosmology, which is that a science of people and human development. So you've obeyed the law of nature. You've obeyed cosmology. So there's definitely going to be a share on this. Because a share in the Yoruba cosmology just means, so it is. We don't say, please, amen, no. It's already here. So I share to this book, I share to it in human development, I share to it in imparting knowledge, I share to it in teaching people about knowledge, and in fact, I share to it to human existence. I share.
Thank you so much, Ajemi Kosi, and thank you. We have her friends here, and we would like to call them up stage to launch the book. The first person is Oduak, Mrs. Oduak Igbeka. Please come forward and just say some positive words as we launch this work of art. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Everyone, I have known that I'm married for too many years, since secondary school. How she has evolved, and to be able to share her with the world from when she was a girl to now that she's a mom, we understand how her thoughts have evolved, and we also see always known that she's full of shares this greatness with all of you and share it with all of you today, whether it's people that are physically present. We are here to support you. Carry the environment. And we've got your back. Let me just put it that way.
We have some other friends of ours that are here. They'd like to come up stage to like to invite all of them at once. Let them just come, and then we can now take a picture with her. Maybe she can come back. Let's take a picture with her. All her friends, all Diana Mary's guests that are here, please come up stage.
Oh, yeah, my friends. So everybody is on. They don't know why you sitting down. Abdulrahman Farouk. And my children, please come up.
Thank you so much, everyone. And if you are in the city of Calabar on the 15th, right? On the 15th in the city of Calabar, right? On the 15th, that's Thursday. In the city of Calabar, we are going to launch. There's something I want to quickly do before we bring up the next speaker. I need to do this because I don't want to forget. I was telling you about how some people flew all the way. I met them before. Bought their flights, booked their hotel by themselves, are footing their own bill, just because they met somebody online. This is my first time seeing, one of them is from East Africa. I had to go back yesterday. Had to go back, yesterday was Saturday. Yes, two of them had to go back yesterday. Three of them are here. Olashe flew from France to see a man she has never met before. Buy a flight. I didn't pay for her. She did everything by herself. Ajemi Posi meant great support. Last year, the International Conscious Conference, she was an amazing partner. This year, she is always there, and she has been an amazing all the way. She's also going to launch her brand. We launched it on Thursday. We are going to do the Abuja launch today.
married my brother all the way from the US. First time meeting me. It is very important that I appreciate these people. So please, with a round of applause, everyone, please rise to your feet and just help me clap for them. And I want you to know that I am thankful. I love you, and thank you for the support. Thank you for everything that you have done and for everything that you are. Thank you so much. Please have your seats. And to everyone here this afternoon, Dr. Adiza, she's just been there, you know. Yeah, you are a doctor, right? Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's it. Soon, inshallah. Accepted, yeah. Doctor, thank you. Dr. Colette, thank you. I just see everybody as doctor. To everyone, there are people watching online right now. Vaughn, oh, Rookie. These people have just stood. They've stayed true to the calling and to the vision. And they have never given me any reason to doubt myself. They've never done that. So I just want to say a very big thank you to every one of you. To my team and everybody that has been able to help put this together. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. My dear sister, she's a queen, but she doesn't act like it. She doesn't carry, I don't know how to put it now. She's too simple to act like she is one, right? Our Royal Majesty, thank you so much. She would always show up, always show up. Yesterday she had to run back and say she was busy, but she just had to just stop. I was just in that room when everybody was just sleeping. Because I've not slept for 1 week. And she came in, I just came to just say hello to you. And now she went to pick her daughters at the airport and she's back here. Thank you so much for always showing up. And to everyone here this afternoon, I want to say a very big thank you to every one of you. Now, I want to do something that is very important because this is going to be the blueprint for the next phase. We have been doing this for close to 2 years, and I'll be honest with you, there are a lot of people who want to reach me and they couldn't because there are just too many people. And I want to make sure that we bridge that gap. And there are people who they have proven they've proven their competence and that they are knowledgeable. And I can tell you for a fact that everything I said about this, they can teach you. Yeah, they can teach you everything I've said. So as we expand, I want to raise them to that level where rather than people come to me, they can go to them. Right? So I can pivot into that business angle because I sacrificed the business part of me on social media because I felt that there are people around me who, if I start talking about business, what would they talk about? But now I am pivoting into that business investment, place. So I want them to handle a lot of things that people wouldn't, even if you need me, if you go to them, they're going to get your answers. How many of you here know Charles? Have you ever gone to Charles and you were disappointed? No. He will overteach you. Sometimes I tell him, just 30 minutes. Don't. He will over-deliver. So I'll call those of them who are here upstage. Charles, are you here? Please come up. Miss Theodora, please come up. And then we have joining us live. If they can turn on their video, please turn on your camera and unmute yourselves. We have Tokes, we have Olakbade Lawaz, and then we have Ugochi. They are going to join us live online. They are going to tell you their social media handles. So I am giving that endorsement. We have a structure. So what we're going to be doing is, if you have questions to ask, or you need clarity in certain areas, you would reach out to us. We have our numbers, and then we will connect you to one of them who is available and who can handle that. So that a lot of the workload is off my table. Because these are actually very competent people
responsibility, first of all. That's the most important part. I didn't know that I was going to be given this task. When I first saw him online, I was in a place in my life where I started doubting myself. A lot of things were just not going right. But when I saw him the first time, I just connected, and then I went to his YouTube and I started watching from the very bottom to the very top. By the time he said he was going to have a program, I will not kid you, I did not have the dime in my bank account. I did not know how I was going to attend that program. But I just said, I'm going to attend this program. I'm going to meet him. I'm going to connect with him. And I'm going to be in his life. I'm going to be with him in his life for the rest of his life and my life. I don't know how I knew that, but I heard it, And as I was saying it, I didn't know I was manifesting it, by the way. So my sensei is here. Sensei Femi, he also invited me for his program. I didn't even know they knew each other. And I told him, I don't know how I'm going to come, but I'm going to come. So I said all of this part before I continue because I want everybody to believe, to have faith. When they say have faith, most of the time we don't know what that means, right? But Mr. Femi Jubal, Mr. FJ, has taught me how to believe in myself, first of all. How to believe in the infinite intelligence, which we call God, Olodumare, different names in our different, traditions. Right now I'm standing here, and I can actually teach, And if there's anybody that has pushed me so much, it's him. That I'm standing here and I'm not so shy. I'm even laughing at myself because I actually studied journalism and I've been at OAP. I've done a lot of public things, but for some reason I started becoming very into myself. Just a few days ago, he told me I was going to speak for Soul Sisters, I think, and I was like, I don't want to do anything, I don't do anything. So he called me out today. I wasn't expecting it, but yes. So anything you need to know about crystals, anything you need to know about basic tools, the tools, because we call them tools that you use. These things are just tools. They are not that's not what the magic is. It's your connection to these tools that make them become magic. So the name of my brand, or our brand, because I'm in partnership, I have a partner, he's over there, Talks, I think. He's a Talks project. It's called and for TikTok, it's Theodora and you. Yes, Mr. FJ has pushed me, and finally I've started my
Content creation.
My content creation. I started
I saw the video. I said, good.
I started, yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Theodora. A round of applause for her. Let's have Charles.
We have had this testimony plenty, a couple of times, but for new people. Well, I could dance, I could sing, I could go, I was enter business place, I could just have a way of getting results. I was still confused. I like, what? There's more to me, and everybody around me keep trying to hold me back. I read all the numerology, but there was still a spiritual esoteric part of mastering. I read numerology like it's a book. Then I met Mr. Femi. Then Mr. Femi started to teach me into the esoteric spiritual parts, sharpening my intuitions, sharpening my ability to the point whereby I do now know how to read, because it's not just about the numbers. You also need to be in tune with your intuition to interpret the message for each person and how it relates to their life. So when Mr. Femi started his first page, I paid times 3 of whatever the price was. And it looked crazy to my friends. I said, let me pay for it to learn this. Like, I said, me that have gone this far, I know what I have seen. So I came here, and since I came here, I now have more clarity. I'm no longer trying to be everything again. I understood my own life part 3, scattered it, and now okay, these are the ones I will master. It has evolved me as a person. Like he was talking about his destiny expression number as an 8. Mine is a 6. I know why people say you look a bit feminine. I tend to understand myself. So you can't talk to me now and I'll be scared to say, why are you putting on here? Why? No, you don't. You're not deep. So I have a page called Alternate Views because I have a tendency to see things from an alternate perspective, to give people a clearer perspective of anything. If you go to my page, you'll be pretty amazed. You'll see different topics. You'll see crypto, you might see politics, but any topic I bring about, I just take you away from the mainstream narrative to give you what is actually happening with esoteric knowledge and with data and statistics.
Awesome.
What is your social media handle?
Alternate views. Take your mind to a new place.
As it is.
Thank you. So we also have Ugochi.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you all can hear me. Good evening. All right, I'm happy to be a part of the conference. Happy to be a part of the community. I've not actually met Mr. Femi personally, but I came across his content 2024. I think mid 2024. I was at a point in my life where I was desperate for change. So I came across his content, I started following his content, and by December, when he did his masterclass, I paid and I joined. I just said to myself, a new year is coming, and I have to invest in my future. I have to do something to make sure that to make sure that okay, I know that okay, I'm doing something to make sure that okay, my future is guaranteed, right? I'm being intentional basically. So I paid. And in that masterclass, we talked about the concept of numerology and also power cycles. We talked about plenty things, right? But the thing that stood out to me the most were the rituals, numerology, and also power cycles, right? So after that masterclass, I've been consistent with doing my power cycles. I love power cycles. I love the idea of just getting in touch with yourself, right? Just connecting and just taking a moment to create, to manifest. I did some more research. I watched his other videos. And I wanted to just get it perfectly, right? So I committed and I've been doing it. So when Mama Theo asked me to make a presentation or to teach on power cycle, right? We were having one of our sessions in our women's community, and I answered some questions concerning power cycle. And she said, okay, Ugochi, since there are so many people who have questions, why don't you give a class on power cycles for us? So I said, okay, that's fine. So why not just let me do a proper presentation, put a nice package together that I can use to teach, and also the ladies can interact with and understand. They can also use to practice on their own free time as well. So I put that presentation together, and I think the ladies liked it and the feedback I got, and I think Mr. Femi also liked the presentation. So, and I believe this is why he's brought me on board to be able to assist, at least in this area, right? To guide people on understanding the power cycle, how to take time out to meditate and connect with themselves. It's been a life-changing experience being part of the community, right? With Mr. Femi and the others. I'm so happy to be in such a conscious community. Okay, so everyone is awakening. I'm so happy to be part of people who are awakening, who are conscious and are working on themselves to just come out of the matrix and further their lives. Who want to be intentional. So yes, so happy to be here, and I look forward to helping out in any way I can. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ugochi. A round of applause for her, please. And please, Ugochi, what is your social media handle?
Okay, so I'm an interior architect actually. I'm a designer actually.
Please
So
talk about your
my
business. She
TikTok
is a
handle.
designer and her work is actually very excellent. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. My TikTok handle is Yummy Designer. That's just it, Yummy Designer. And for Instagram, it's YM Lifestyle, YM_lifestyle. So that's it.
Thank you so much. We're also going to post their handles in the community and on social media so you can just go follow them. Thank you so much, Ugochi. Now let's go
Thank
to
you.
Rookie. Rookie, go ahead, please. Rookie is the class captain.
Hi, hello, International Conscious Conference. My name is Nadia, otherwise known as Rookie. It is an honor, it is a pleasure to be here. I've joined Mr. Femi Jubal team, not team, but classes last year, and because I was coming from cancer and I was coming from memory loss, I can guarantee you by practicing numerology, it has built up my confidence. It has built me up in ways that I've never think I've healed from it. And I'm so excited that the words can't even come out of my mouth. And I'm telling you guys, numerology does work because it's not just help you to manifest material things. It helps you to manifest who you are on the conscious and the spiritual level of who you are. And I am so grateful to be a part of this groundbreaking African traditional way of life. And it is a journey to come back home to yourself. And it is a pleasure and honor from a Jamaican to a Nigerian. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rookie. Rookie, quickly, please tell us your social media handle.
You can find me at Rookie369 on TikTok or A Soul's Journey Home to Oneness on TikTok as well.
Awesome. We're going to post their social media handles so you can always go follow them. Thank you so much, Rookie. Thank you for your time. Now,
thank you so much, my brother.
Let's have G7. Olapade. Olapade, are you there? Quickly, let's have Olapade, and then we would have Tokes. If Tokes is available, let's
Grand Rising, sir.
Okay, go ahead, please. Go ahead, my brother.
Yes, sir. I hope you can hear me, sir. Grand Rising,
We can
sir.
hear you. Go
Grand
ahead.
Rising. Okay, sir. My name is Fawaz Olakpade Olaliko, also known as GG7369. I'm a marine engineer by profession, and I am glad and happy to be part of Mr. Femi's team. And I'm very, very happy for this opportunity. Though I've been studying numerology for quite some time. Mr. Femi has been my mentor from last 2 years. Yes, I'll say last year because I found this video 2023. That's when I found this video, and I so much connect with it. Everything he was saying was quite authentic to my soul. So I joined this class. I paid for some of the lectures and everything, and ever since then, there's this level of feeling. How should I put it? It's not feeling, actually. It's feeling of authenticity. Like you are actually doing what you are being called for, and like somebody's putting you through. You feel that soul connection. Like for the very first time in your life, you are being connected to the direct path. You know, studying numerology has opened my eyes to a lot of things. And then as my fellow mentee here said about power cycle, that was where I actually spark out. That was where I found my energy, like my core essence. Things begin to happen. Things like, even in my career, things begin to spark up, like things I've never even noticed before. Though those things I do it unconsciously, but doing it consistently now gives me like, I feel powerful as a person. And it's all because of Mr. Femi Jubal. I'm very, very grateful. I'm thankful. I'm very, very, very grateful, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
What's your social media handle?
I only do TikTok, and my TikTok handle is GG7369.
GG769. We're going to post it so that everyone can see. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
The last person is Tokes. Is Tokes there?
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing today?
Good. Go ahead.
Yeah. I have nothing to say, but I just wanted to, thank you so much, Mr. Jabal. My name is Tokes, actually, by the way. Thank you, Mr. Jabal, for the opportunity, for believing in me, and thinking I'm good enough to be a part of this team. Numerology is actually one of my favorite subjects. I mean, even more than the things that I learned in school. I love the subject so much. So the ability, the fact that you're able to give me the chance, the opportunity um, to be able to be a part of this and teach this and pour that knowledge into other people's lives, is very big for me. So I just want to thank you guys so much, and I pledge to be the best teacher, consultant, before passing you guys out to Mr. Jabal. Um, yeah, so I'll do my best to be the best teacher, if you will. And yeah, so yeah, that's all I have to say. But I really just want to thank you guys so much, and I think this will help deepen my knowledge with numerology. And it's just something I'm very joyful to want to teach this to other people, because I really want to teach it to my family, but I can't. So this would give me that. It's like this feels like a soul purpose to me. Like I'm fulfilling something big, bigger than anything to me. So I just want to thank you. Thank you so much. I should.
Thank you so much, folks. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much. We are going to post their social media handle so you can just see it and follow them, and then we'll take it from there. Now we're going to call on the next speaker. She's also launching her work. And this work is very dear to me because it's a topic that I love. It says Soft Life Journal. Right. Soft Life Journal. How many of you here want soft life? Please put your hands together as we welcome Tola Sheikh Ileson. Thank you.
Thing I was going to say is home is where the heart belongs. And I'm so excited to be here with my tribe. I'm super excited to see my soul sisters, everybody from Femi Jubal. The first quote in my journal: do you want me to teach, to talk, or to tell a story? Please choose. All of the above. Okay. We'll do it in bits. I know I've got little time to talk about the journal, but the first thing is the hard life is too costly, and I choose the soft life. I wasn't choosing the soft life because of what I see on the external, like, oh, everybody wants to live a soft life. No. I've seen hard life. And when Femi Jubal said, you've seen Shege Pro Max, that is what I've seen in life, and I chose the soft part. This journal is the story of my life and how I set my goals and achieve it. It's not, soft life is not about luxury. It's about you living in harmony, harmonious life with your purpose, beliefs, values, identity. I went to work one day, and one of my colleagues said, what is your name? You know, yesterday I told you Iretidayo because that is what I'm living this year. But that year, I said Adetolashe. And he said, what, you people have beautiful names. What does that mean? And I said to him, Adetolashe means somebody that is capable of wealth making. And his answer to me changed the whole narrative. He said, are you leaving your name? And I went back. I wasn't leaving my name. And that was the birth of the Rich Auntie. The Rich Auntie is not just a name I coined up on the internet. It was a download for Eledua himself. I don't practice Ifa. I know Ifa is in my lineage. I do not practice. I'm a Christian. But I know that there is a Eledua. And this book is dedicated to Eledua. When I was coming up stage, I already foresaw what was coming. Diana came up stage and Femi Jubal said, I would like to invite Jamie Kwasi to come and do the prayers. I've seen it before it happened. When I met Femi Jubal, I met him on the internet. And I call him the voice of resonance because as I'm thinking it, I'm thinking, Tolashe, you are weird. Why are you thinking like this? But Femi Jubal is there saying the same thing as I'm thinking. I'm like, oh, what you said, it's something that was coming to my heart like that. But let's not go into all those stories. I've been privileged to be a part of this community. And this is not just me giving back to my community. It's me giving myself back to the world. And I'll tell you why I said that. I grew up thinking that everything has to come hard. You have to work hard. You have to do it hard. My mom taught me the hard way. I never got praises from her. Not even that you're beautiful. Not even anything. It was always, even if you're coming first in class, there's someone that has something better than you. But well, anyway, I never came first, so, But she would always find something. So when you're raised out of criticism, you know what that means to you. You are down. Nothing ever, you can't shift anything. And I know there are a lot of women here, especially the younger ones. I went into marriage without purpose. Yes, I'm 17 years in marriage now, so you can take that to the bank. That's free for you. But while you are searching, please, know your purpose, because that would guide you through. When every other thing fails, you would hold on to your purpose. My husband told me, what do you want to do with your life? This is a 39-year-old woman at then. Yeah, I know. I look so young. I'm 46 this year. So would tell me, what do you want to do with your life? I had no bearing, no dimension, because I wasn't thought. And not blaming the church. The church is still dear to my heart. But the pastor comes up stage, inspires us and everything. I'll go back home into my shell. I don't know how to go about the next phase of my life, but I know the sermon was great. I said that yesterday. Everything is going, I had the goosebumps. Yes, it was a great day. But then I get into my corner and know there's greatness within me. But how? I don't know the how. And that is why this book is like a GPS. It takes you from your current state to your desired state. The how is the in-between. So if you live through the pages of the journal, it talks about your values, your purpose. I'm not just journaling for journaling's sake. It's just not a notepad. It is loaded because it talks about your belief system. It talks about your purpose. It talks about your value. Why do you want to achieve that goal? Are you externally referenced or internally referenced? When you're externally referenced, you will get it. That's why you see millionaires just committed suicide. Because it was from the external. When you achieve it, you're not happy with what you achieve. But when it's from within, it's something birthed from within, you appreciate it more. And I submit to you that everyone that worked on this journal, if you find it beautiful, are Africans. Every part of the journal, from the design to everything. I don't know why, but my roots keep calling me that you have to take it back home. And me standing here is manifestation. I think Ibro can testify to it. I was just writing, how about a lunch in Abuja? How about a lunch in Lagos and Port Harcourt? Port Harcourt didn't happen. It's okay. But 2 out of 3 is a pass mark. We're launching the journal in Lagos, and we're launching it right now with my community, with the ones that are dear to me. So if you're not even taking anything home, I think support this. Because you're not, if you know about your 4 squares of desires and everything, I had a triangle in it where you can put in your four squares of desire if you think that is your own core. But every of our life aspects has their own values. You have beliefs that you're holding about it. You have a purpose. Why do you want to become a philanthropist? What's your purpose? What's your deeper why? Are you doing your systemic check? This is what this book is all about. And you can imagine how big it is, and it's just for 12 weeks. If you can master how to get one goal, you can repeat that pattern over and over. It's called periodization. If you see athletes, they will start from, even if you're swimming, I know you might not understand this, but if you're swimming, they'll start flipping your hand. Then they say breathing technique. When you master one, then you can go into other life aspects. At this point in time, I would like to invite Femi Jubal, Ajemi Posi. It was not planned, but I saw it before coming. I would like Ajemi Posi to first bless Eledua, then Femi Jubal, you can go. Thank you so much. Sorry, can I say something? I wanted to ask her to speak Yoruba, but she started with Yoruba. So please, I want the deep Yoruba on it.
Ìbà Kúdáyé, ìbà ṣẹ̀dá ọ̀run, ìbà àwọn tó ní wákàtí, ìbà ìyá yín, ìbà àwọn baba ńlá yín, ìbà omi tó ṣú yín, ìbà afẹ́fẹ́ tó bí yín, ìbà ilẹ̀ tẹ́ ń tẹ̀, láṣẹ Elédùmarè, ó ti di ṣíṣe. Láṣẹ Elédùmarè, ìrọ̀rùn ló bá dé, ìrọ̀rùn ló máa jẹ́. Láṣẹ Elédùmarè, láṣẹ orúkọ bàbá, láṣẹ orúkọ ìyá, láṣẹ orí, láṣẹ ọwọ́, láṣẹ omi, láṣẹ afẹ́fẹ́. Ó ti wá di àdúrà ọjà, ó ti di afárá oyin, ó ti di ohun tí ojú gbọdọ̀ rí, ohun tí ojú ò ní rí kò ní bá, kò ní dèkùtà, kò ní dòṣì, ó ti di ayé. Kò sí ẹni tó ń di afẹ́fẹ́ mú, kò dẹ̀ sí ẹni tó ń di omi mú. Èyí ti di omi, èyí ti di afẹ́fẹ́, láṣẹ àwọn nílẹ̀, àṣẹ wà.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are speaking English. I'm so happy to be a part of this project, and the quality is top notch. I must say that. Look at it. Some people believe that they can't get anything of this quality in Nigeria. And you said this is Nigeria. So the quality is everything here is Nigerian made, including toilet. So it gives me great joy to be part of this work, and I am very convinced that this journal is your gateway to influence, to power, to honor, to abundance. That everything that you've been trying to access in the last 10 years, this work becomes your key. It becomes your portal to those dimensions. And that the glory of God will be manifested through you. As it is being manifested in you, it will be manifested through you. You know, you are Christians. Isaiah chapter 40 says, verse 5, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and everybody will see it.
If it's not sin.
If it's not sin, it's not glory. Everybody will see it because God said it. So this is the glory of God. It is being revealed. Everybody will see it. Not because she did it, not because I am saying it, but because God said it. Tolashi, you are moving from one level of glory to another.
Ashe.
Through this work that you have presented, this is your energetic space. This is your invitation card to the world, inviting them to come to your energetic space.
Ashe.
Now, as they come into your energetic space, they experience beauty, they experience strength, and they have testimonies to share with the rest of the world. And it takes you from where you are to everywhere you need to be. Because you are a Christian, we say this in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so
We're
much.
also going to launch. I'm going to be in Lagos on the 16th. We're doing a Lagos launch for this book, and he said we still have like how many?
10
slots?
spaces.
Okay, so those watching online, a lot of you have said, I want to see you in Lagos. I want to see you in Lagos. So there will be 10 slots for you. So you can reach out to me, and then we'll add you to the list of people that will be part of the guests for the Lagos launch. How much is it?
It's 48,000 naira. But for the community, it's 40K.
It's 40,000.
I've only got 20 copies in Abuja. We made 200, but 20 copies for Abuja.
In Abuja right now, and it's 40,000 naira for the community. If you're into journal, all the Oprah Winfrey journals and the rest, you know they are like 100,000 naira. So and this work is 48,000 naira, and for the community is 40,000. I think I ordered two.
Yeah.
I have to collect my two. So, and I would like to get one for somebody here. Yeah, but I would like to ask a question. If you get the answer, then I'm going to give it to you. Right now, I'm going to order, buy one for somebody. So the question is, what is some people should not answer.
Okay.
I know some people. What is Tolashe's Sunday?
Woo!
Hey. Okay, so you have your copy.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's an
Thank
honor.
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A round of applause for Tolashe. So if you are in Abuja, you are in Nasarawa, you are in. I think we need some copies for the Southeast that we're going to keep at the Christie University campus in those words.
Thank you.
Before we bring up someone right now, we still have our three speakers. I want to bring up someone who will speak to us because one of my passion is for the younger generation. And they get a lot of backlash as if they created and molded themselves and they dropped themselves in Nigeria or in Africa. And this young lady, I met her the first time I saw her was on Instagram. I said, who is this talking to you about confidence? And the other time we met at the Rutubis event in Port Harcourt. She is an advocate, she's an activist, she is an energetic young lady who is a voice, not just for Gen Zs, but for the younger generation of Africans. And she's going to be speaking to us for 20 minutes on why Gen Zs should stand up now. Please make welcome. Please put your hands together.
Hello, everybody. My name is Hawa Abubakar Yusuf, and on social media, I am Creamy Honey. So, if you were born between the early 1980s or the mid-2010, you are a millennial or a Gen Z. You are my people, and I have one simple message for you today. This is our time. It is now or it is never. For the first time in history, Africa's most valuable resource is not gold, oil, or diamond. It is us. We are the most connected, most creative, most globally aware generation Africa has ever seen. And if we do not utilize our numbers, our voices, and our energy, we will become the most wasted opportunity in our continent's history. One of our biggest weaknesses is the blame game, but the fact remains every single day we spend pointing fingers is a day we lose building solutions. The world will not pause for us to finish our arguments. We have the power to rebuild Africa. A wise man once said, leadership is not just about sitting in parliament and wearing beautiful dresses or suits. Leadership is about taking responsibilities where you are today. If you can influence 10 persons, you are already leading. If you can solve one problem, you are already building Africa. I want you to picture this, everybody. It is the year 2050. You're old now, and a child, probably your grandchild or your child, sits on your lap and asks you, when our future was on the line, what did you do? And in that very moment, you would have to answer. Would you say, oh, we complained, we waited, we prayed, we hoped somebody else would fix it? Or would you say we stood up, we led, we built, and we brought together the Africa we want? Generations from now, history will tell our story. Let us make sure that the story would be about a generation that refused to wait, a generation that led. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not tomorrow, it is today. It is now, or it is never. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you so much. You can follow me on TikTok as Creamy Honey or Instagram as Creamy Honey as well. Thank you. Thank you. Purr. Okay, let me drop this here.
The program is part 2. Okay, so for the next 2 minutes, we are just going to stand up and network. I'm sure you will have heard different things, so just stretch it. Meet somebody you've never met. Great presentation. For 2 minutes, and then we'll come back.
Afan, I want to talk. Make me a good journey.
You can also use this opportunity to get your books at the back. We have different books from different authors there, including the one that's just been launched. Okay? So just walk to the back, that stand here, and then get your book. And then there's small chops. There's different types of healthy bread at the back there. Just look at the stuffs at the back there and then look at the basket of bread.
Listen to this. Generational patterns, negative patterns, they are self-enforcing cycles that are encoded in your DNA. Your victory is that you can modify your DNA. You can modify, but they are encoded. We are programmable beings. That's why they say formative years. From 0 to 5 is formative years. So you came here, you reincarnated in this place, this earth realm and this spiritual realm, with data, with resources, limitless power and ability. You knew nothing about impossibilities, but some people took you. They formatted your divine consciousness.
They told you your power was evil. Why? Because Ifa gives you a spiritual GPS, a soul that knows where it's going, can't be enslaved. The colonizers, the invaders, the imperialists, they all fear the man or woman whose inner compass is active. They don't want you to know. Ifa is the matrix.
Out of this mountain of despair, a stone of hope. We may not be where we are supposed to be, but we are not where we used to be. In spite of the challenges, we have become indestructible because we are resilient, and we know that we have mountains to climb and rivers to cross, but we are not afraid. We know who we are. We are Africans, and we succeed together. We invite you to the International Conscious Conference, 8th to the 12th of August, 2025. Elevate Africa, restoring the soul of a continent. Out of this mountain of despair, a stone of hope. We may not be where we are supposed to be, but we are not where we used to be. In spite of the challenges, we have become indestructible because we are resilient, and we know that we have mountains to climb and rivers to cross. But we are not afraid. We know who we are. We are Africans, and we succeed together. We invite you to the International Conscious Conference, 8th to the 12th of August, 2025. Elevate Africa, restoring the soul of a continent. Out of this mountain of despair, a stone of hope. We may not be where we are supposed to be, but we are not where we used to be. In spite of the challenges, we have become indestructible because we are resilient, and we know that we have mountains to climb and rivers to cross. But we are not afraid. We know who we are. We are Africans, and we succeed together. We invite you to the International Conscious Conference, 8th to the 12th of August, 2025. Elevate Africa, restoring the soul of a continent. Out of this mountain of despair, a stone of hope. We may not be where we are supposed to be, but we are not where we used to be. In spite of the challenges, we have become indestructible because we are resilient, and we know that we have mountains to climb and rivers to cross, but we are not afraid. We know who we are. We are Africans, and we succeed together. We invite you to the International Conscious Conference, 8th to the 12th of August, 2025. Elevate Africa, restoring the soul of a continent. Out of this mountain of despair, a stone of hope. We may not be where we are supposed to be, but we are not where we used to be. In spite of the challenges, we have become indestructible because we are resilient, and we know that we have mountains to climb and rivers to cross. But we are not afraid. We know who we are. We are Africans, and we succeed together. We invite you to the International Conscious Conference, 8th to the 12th of August, 2025. Elevate Africa, restoring the soul of a continent. Out of this mountain of despair, a stone of hope. We may not be where we are supposed to be, but we are not where we used to be. In spite of the challenges, we have become indestructible because we are resilient, and we know that we have mountains to climb and rivers to cross. But we are not afraid. We know who we are. We are Africans, and we succeed together. We invite you to the International Conscious Conference, 8th to the 12th of August, 2025. Elevate Africa, restoring the soul of a continent. Out of this mountain of despair, a stone of hope. We may not be where we are supposed to be, but we are not where we used to be. In spite of the challenges, we have become indestructible because we are resilient, and we know that we have mountains to climb and rivers to cross. But we are not afraid. We know who we are. We are
I wanted him to use the app. I can't find that one.
Is it Junaid or Junaid?
You keep murdering that name.
Africa Junad is a Yoruba African woman, is accomplished in global development with 20 years of experience and still counting. She walks her talks, and as a result of her deep soul search and deconstruction work to return to her roots, she remembers who she is and her rightful place in world affairs unapologetically. She promotes the remembering and becoming to others through her brand, Ajemi Kosi Yoruba Africa to the world. In it, she's a blessing to all its people, the only lasting solution to the teething problems of the continent. With a resounding round of applause, let's welcome Ajemi Kosi Africa Janat as she takes us through this journey on 30 minutes speech.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. After all those speakers, where do you start from actually? Well, I will go on their backs anyway. So I stand here in protocol to all the past speakers. And again, like I said, in the Yoruba cosmology, which is my guiding light, we always have to give reference to the people that has given you their space. So again, I honor and respectfully say a big thank you to Mr. Femi Jubal for the opportunity to stand here. I do not take it for granted at all, and also to everybody in the hall, I do not take it for granted, your time, your space, and your energy. Thank you so much. So yesterday, I think I started briefly with the Yoruba cosmology. I'm going to talk about how I got to Ajemi Kosi and the brand. I'm also launching a brand today. But before I even go further, so Mr. Femi chose some people to say, oh, you're in my community, you will carry on what I'm doing. But I'm actually going to imprint myself into that. And the reason is because all of last year, I ate, bathed, slept, walked the soul voice recognition. I mean, that was my go-to thing. During all of the classes, I just had it on replay to the point where even if I was going out without having listened to it or something, it kept on playing in my soul. There was even a time I was in water, I was swimming, and it came to my soul. And I'm like, inside water, we still want to do soul voice here. So the soul voice recognition for me is almost like a signature one that I would also say that is so strong. So that's definitely, I would say, is a forte that I can handle and help anyone with. So yes, the soul voice recognition, that was my own thing. So yes, Yoruba cosmology, we've heard a lot today. The teachings from, I think from yesterday, all of this morning as well, we heard so much being said. So I'm not going to flog it. But there's some critical things I want to bring out, which got me here. And also maybe that would help us to understand my journey and what my brand stands for and what I'm trying to teach. So it's just key concepts of the Yoruba cosmology, and it can apply to any cosmology. So in the Yoruba cosmology, we have Olodumare. We believe Olodumare or Eledumare, Edumare, for short, people call, that is our own infinite intelligence. And we believe that is the ultimate source of life, source of knowledge, energy. And everything about us all is in codes. So when you talk about Ifa methodology, and when you talk about the air, everything about us, ourselves, everything is in codes. So you can imagine infinite intelligence being a Ledumare, busy doing all of this for us. Then Orunmila is the messenger, because we believe that Eledumare is so busy, creating multiverses, doing all of this. So definitely there is that intermediary. And definitely the spirit of wisdom, divination, and destiny and foresight. This is Orunmila that is like the script writer. He captures all of those and is able to implement with the deities and with humans. And then Olokun is another one I want to mention because it's all interrelated. Olokun
Actually, it's such an interesting thing. And I want to say this before I go further. When you go into any cosmology, there is no right or wrong, because from the angle and the place you know it, it will be true to you. And it might be different from where anyone else knows it. The best thing is to give reference to their knowledge and then add yours. So to those before me, I reference them. So Olokun, the story is that Olokun is the surface existence, just like Eledumare. So we said Eledumare is the supreme deity. But Eledumare actually accepts Olokun, which is water, as another supreme being. And if we know the percentage of water on the face of the earth, so Olokun was water, and Eledumare was, infinite intelligence. But Eledumare accepted Olokun to be powerful. So that is why there is the power of the water just as much. It isn't that Olokun is under Eledumare. It is actually existence on its own and with all the lives. In the Yoruba cosmology, what Eledumare created humans for is just three things. One, community. You'll be surprised that it matters to Eledumare that we should just really be about community. We talked earlier about raising children, and some of the earlier DBAs that talked this morning, they talked about polygamy, monogamy, and all of that. But the truth of the matter is, to Eledumare, it's one unit. And that is why there is no bastard child. Anyone that has called anyone a bastard, you've just said the maker, you are foolish. There is no bastard child anywhere. And because community is important to Eledumare, Eledumare says any child should not suffer. Any child should not have a mother. Any child should not have a home. And that's the true community. No child should be an illiterate. No child should be dirty because I have community. So community is a very important thing to Eledumare. Then the second thing is integrity. In Yoruba, we call it omoluabi. And integrity for Eledumare is not even about, maybe I would have integrity. Do you know what matters? If you didn't say it, you are not at fault. But the moment you say it, it has become a oath. It has become something that you are deeply indicted to, and you must accomplish it. Because if you say it, and it's not it, then you are not omoluabi, and there is no authenticity. So it is better, I don't want to use the word, okay, we're not on TikTok. Oh, are we on TikTok? Okay, maybe we are. It is better you UNALIV yourself, standing on the truth than not. Because you don't want to have to cross path with Eledumare for not being true to your words. So humans can lie, they can do all things, but make sure it's not you, because it's so important, integrity. And then the third thing is the deities. This is because Eledumare sends 16 deities called Merindilogu to the earth to populate the earth in its belief. Now, I want to talk about women in this, because I think that's the beginning of me. I had a mother, and I always reference this. I had a mother that went through so much, but it wasn't until later in my own journey that I understood why she was able to go through so much that I would have been traumatized if I was the one in her shoes. And she went through that, and she just bounced around it and loved it, actually. Now, when in the multiverse with Eledumare, we weren't in human forms. We were everything with our egbes and all. I know it's deep. But what it simply meant was we were just having good times. You were just popping here, looking at what is being done, you're enjoying it. You go to the next place, you want to be there, and you had free will. You had a soul. You were just having good time, basking in all the things that Eledumare was creating. There was no male or female. So when you were coming to the earth, Eledumare continues with that. Women, you are not anybody's ribs. I love that. You are your own full deity. You are your own full person with purpose. And can all the women in the house look at their palms? Did you see the marks there? You chose. You chose your purpose. You chose your destiny. And also, can you see that your 5 fingers are not equal? And it just shows us different layers of human beings. So if you've ever doubted, if they've ever told you you're not a woman of purpose, if they ever said to you, you're not anything, go back within. Or what did I choose? And then another thing that is so important to Eledumare is Ori. And the reason why your Ori is important is, you know, when you now said, oh, I'm going to go and sojourn with humans on the face of the earth, and oh, you bounced yourself to Eledumare. Eledumare, Bobo, I want to go to the earth now. Say, you want to go? Do you know what they're doing there? Isn't all this beautiful thing? Okay, he said, I'm sending you to the forest of the multiverse. Go and glean, take whatever you want. And it's not as if the morning you went is the day you entered and came out. This is a soul journey. And that is why our subconscious can take you somewhere. You've been there. So you went into that, you know, space, and Ajala Alamo went with you. And as soon as you were coming out, when you were in that multiverse, you captured a lot of things. You saw faces. You knew about people. You knew about things. And when Tolashe earlier was saying she knows her senses, she's experienced this before. Our subconscious is bringing it to her then because it was for this moment. So many of those things that you might doubt, write it down. Search your soul deeper. You've seen and known it from somewhere. So all of those things, when you come out, Ajala then molds it into the head. And if you know anything about the sperm, it's a head shape with a tail. And also, thank you, sis. And also, it is true, you fought to be here. You know how many other thousands? Those are all the other people that you also fought with. But guess what? You won the race, but they didn't leave you. That is why you find someone say, I know this face from somewhere. And that is why you find someone, they're fighting with you over something. Patch. And like, go in your soul. Who is this person? How did I know them before? Why are they doing this? And at times you would understand where the battle is if you understand it. So women, that is what we carry. Our womb is another portal that I don't even want to go into. Our menstrual periods are another portal that I want to say we can't even begin here. But never ever agree when they say to you you're weak. You are the very partner of Eledumare because we have seasons. Has it ever occurred to you why they call it Mother Nature, Mother Earth? Who has circles like the Earth? We have seasons. Who has seasons? Who has a period? Who has a circle? So all of those things work for women. So never, never, ever, if you know this for sure, know it for real, that Eledumare purposely created you. Anything you're doing here is in partnership with Eledumare. So that's your first love. That's the one that knows you completely. That's the one that says this is who you are and everything that you would be. So in case any person that is mere mortal that you help to bring to the world by another woman tries to say to you, you're nothing, just smile and say, I am so much more. And can we just repeat, I am so much more? So yes, the next slide. So when we have this background, so we've seen how we came, we know Eledumare's heart, 3 things, the integrity, community, and also the deity. So all of this, I would actually skip because it says about the different deities that work with Eledumare. Can we go? But I want to emphasize on something here. Oshun, which is the deity of water. So Oshun was one of the 16 deities that Eledumare sent to the earth. And the power of Ashe, which we all say, I want to tell you the source because you need to know this from a powerful place. So Oshun came with the 16 deities, and purportedly they had more masculine energy, and she had feminine energy. And Eledumare said, you're going to the earth, you should meet with Olokun, who owns the water. You have to pay homage, like I said. So Oshun went to Olokun and was just by Olokun's feet and learning so much. And the masculine energy, and that might resonate with you, they just went on doing the task and they went on and did everything. They weren't getting results. They went back to Oromila. Orunmila, we went to carry out the task, but how come we're not getting result? We did it to the T, we knew the techniques and everything. Why are we here? And he said, oh, you're 15. Where is your 16th person? Oh, the one with the feminine energy. Oh, she's there. She should be there. She should be there doing that feminine, you know. And Orunmila said, you need that 16th person, that 16th deity. Go bring her. And he said, oh, Oshun, how come you've been separated from them? She said, no, I went to do what you asked us to do. I was by Olokun. And they just went on, and I continued to be there because she had not released me to go. And he said, so what was your real task to go and do on the face of the earth? And guess what Olokun's task was? Ashe. To bless everything the other 15 would do. And to say Ashe to everything we are doing. So every time you're saying Ashe, you're literally saying Oshun. So, and that is tied to her power. But she wasn't a water deity. She became water because she gleaned by Olokun and followed the rules. And Olokun now said, you see the art of me. You too, I bless you with equal power as the sea and the water. And that is how she became Oshun Oshogbo. And that is why she is an Oshun river. She has so that was from obedience. That was from what I said earlier, integrity. Don't mind when people say this about you. As far as you know, like FJ has said and everybody, as soon as you know for sure what your purpose is, stay on your lane. Because it's between you and your creator. Everyone can understand it. The nitty-gritty, the pegs, the corners, the int, the message from others that encompasses where you're going, you would never know. So as long as you know, just carry on with that. But can you see the blessing of obedience? And now we can't even reference water without Oshun. And all of this week, up till the 8th, was Oshun Shogbo Festival, the celebration of her, and she's gone far and wide. So that's another thing about obedience. So all of this encompasses who we are as Yoruba people is deeper. We're not just about, it's just the worship, it's just for you to be seen in the clothing, it's for you to do that. All of this is to enable you to understand the art of infinite intelligence and to carry on that purpose of community and all. And these are some of the references. There were more, but I think if you start with this, at least you get a better understanding, because many a time when we talk about this, they're like, oh, is it from your head? It's well researched. And I brought one of the books here. They're usually about 800, 1,000 pages of, deep reading and research. So this is all that makes up that part of Yoruba cosmology. But I also want to say about the Yoruba cosmology and Yoruba and the Ifa and all. It has gone wide and far. And I want to say this because I think it's important to see the connection. When slavery happened, colonization happened, we all blamed our forefathers. Oh, they were docile. They sold themselves. I'm not saying they wouldn't. But didn't we remember that we said existence is water? They were not meant to just be in Africa. They were not just meant to be in their locality. All of that has happened. There is no place on the face of the earth today that we are not. And guess what? You would say, oh, we lost. They took our culture, they took this, we went to build. It is because of a time such as this. We are a race that is populated everywhere. So it is not time to even be blaming anybody. It's about the task ahead. Do we Africans understand the task? Do we understand all of our powers we've given to the world, proven and tested and proven that it works? It builds empires. It builds the nursing system, the healthcare system of others. It builds the engineering, everything that has built other world economies. When are we going to own ours and own it to the T? When are we going to truly trust in our own herbs? When are we going to truly trust in our own belief system? When are we going to truly trust in our own medications, which is usually not even medication? Just morning, pour libation on the floor and worship your head. Some people have never connected with their head because someone says it's on the outside. Someone says, don't believe in your ancestors, leave the dead to the dead. But your mothers now, your human beings now, your sisters, your brothers, is it fair that they should forget you totally, the good, the bad, and the ugly of who you were whilst you're here, the energy you've put in for all this generation, and forget you because of a system? It's a lie, because the West saying that to you, they've not forgotten. They like dominance, and they will continue to dominate. So it is time for Africa to wake up. So that takes me to Ajemi Kosi. From my mother to my grandmother and all, I think I was also lost in the Western thing, because I have half siblings that are actually white as well. So I guess I was lost in that world. And all of that time that I was lost in that world, I wouldn't say lost as in it wasn't totally eradicating anything African, black, or anything. I just literally enjoyed working in the development sector. I have helped nations, Nigeria, many other nations, to garnish wealth. And when I talk money, in terms of money, I know into the trillions it's been in foreign currencies. I have worked on communities, worked on women, and it has always been about money. It's always been about policies and all. So part of my own rebirth was to find my own path back into Africa. Yes, I was doing most of those things, the development, women empowerment, but you know when you're doing it with the system in place, and not necessarily that you are truthfully and totally committed to seeing the change. So it became cyclical, like we're just going around in circles. But then, do you know about the black pound? How much black pound builds economies, black wealth, how much we spend on everything. They've talked about some events they've cancelled around the world that black people didn't participate in a year or two, and they had to revisit them because of our power. Imagine, just close your eyes for a second, every pound, naira, dollar we've spent outside, just imagine it coming back to the soil of Africa. Just imagine it. So we need to think about where we're channeling our resources. Yes, we can say that we want to partner with the world, but on our terms. Our resources are good for everybody, but let it now be on our terms. So Ajemi Kose Africa, like I've said yesterday, the definition of the name or the meaning is Aje is wealth. Wasi means much more. And would anyone doubt that they already have resources that they can term Aje? No. And do you want it to be just what you have, or do you want it to be generational? It has to Kosi. So definitely, Ajemi Kosi is Ajemi Kosi Africa to the world. So it literally is, we have to remember who we are. So my platform is dedicated literally as the African marketplace. It goes back to first remember who you are. Know yourself. Go back to your own lineage. I mean, I can tell you that my public speaking comes from my mom, but for a long time, and MJ would even tell you, all of this, I was always just, go and, everybody go and do it, do. I really don't want to be here, you know, at the fore. I enjoy the back seat. Oh gosh, I love it, you know, but it is just that time now to come forward and be the face and be the voice, and especially because I understand those corridors. I know how it works. It's time we bring it back home. And I was saying to FJ, I said, the development work is now even like, it's like a drag. I still have the contracts, I still have the connections. But you know what, the passion and the light is gone. And like, I don't want to do one more of it, not because it's not relevant, but like now I can channel that back. So we have different things. The courses are literally about, because I tell you, it's first about the foundation. If you don't get that foundation right, if you're a woman with power, if you're a woman with ideas, and you first don't have an unshakable confidence that it's not you and other human beings, and it's you and your creator, you could set up things, but self-doubt could step you back. If you don't know about your lineage, then that could even set you back. If you don't know about the resources you have in your community, and the things that has worked for you as a woman that you can stand on the back of which you could go, that could affect you. And then as a person of African heritage, if you're not that person as well, you can promote it and choose Africa first. So the courses are there: the African Woman Goddess Power, the Identity Deconstruction and Reengineering, African Healing is another thing, chants, drums, earthing, we heard about that. There are ways to heal. It is not usually therapy in any other setting. And then searching of self and soul conveniently within your own African set. So we have the education as well, which is teaching us about what we have. And we have a partner, and we're hoping to populate this with more partners, teaching the African education of our own systems. This is what we should be teaching us for our own sustainability. And we have also have the media and also the food in terms of what is good for us, in terms of promoting our culture to be proud. If you have a wedding party and all, you can actually empower yourselves and empower all. It doesn't have to be music like, any other. There are traditional drums that even doing that alone, the Aries and all of that in your own local dialect, it can happen for you. And your gifts can be local. That is how we build our economy. And we know about Jack Ma, who started, Alibaba. He believed in his people, and there's local communities, local businesses. We are a local economy in this country with small businesses. That is our strength. So we need to put all of that into spaces where people can find them. So that's the website. We have much more on there that you could go to. We have storytelling about the matriarchs in terms of the power of womanhood across history, matriarchs from the past, matriarchs to the present, and the matriarchs of the future. They're already emerging amongst us. So that is also there, and that will be on our YouTube page as well. And then, of course, we have the spirituality is also there. But let me tell you the strategy to all this. We don't want to sit down, as Ajemi will say, and be the ones that all of these things on here is ours. If you have a northern cosmology, northern knowledge, we would help you put it on here. We want people to know about you. Do you have authentic African business ideas, businesses? Are you looking for investors? Are people looking for specifically African markets? We will put you on there. We just want to be the catalyst that helps us to think Africa, be Africa, reach Africa, and leave Africa, because that is where the solution to our over 230 million people, the solution is in our own local economy, and we have what it takes. So that is it. Now, when I have done all this, idea of a song came, and this was from talking to a friend, and this person went straight to produce a song and said, you have to get on it. I said, well, this is my voice, and this person said, you'll be perfect. So we have the Ajemi Process song as well that we're launching along with this, and I will give you a taster of it. It's going to be on all social platforms by the end of next week, isn't it, Ibro? Yeah, yes. And please, before you start saying, oh, you're the artist, please make sure you like this voice that you are about to hear, because I might not be, but I hope that he will just remind you of who you are. So have a good listen.
I am Ajemi Kusi. I dedicate this album to all women worldwide and to the women in my bloodline that I come from, and to my mother, and especially to all single mothers out there doing all of this by yourselves. Eledumare loves women. Eledumare loves you. Orí òní kọ́ ẹ̀. Ajé òní ṣe lọ́dọ̀ lẹ́yìn. Owó ẹ̀yìn ajísájí. Ẹ̀ máa rí ṣe. Ẹ̀ máa rí jẹ. Ojú òkèlè tí láṣẹ Elédùmarè. Àṣẹ wa.
So the song was written in partnership with 100. So that's mine. Well, guys. Thank you. And as you have noticed, I have a gift of Iwure. I have a gift of prayer. It's just second nature. That's me. I can't but pray and call out those blessings. So he said, just do what you know how to do best, and that will become this. So listen to the track he produced on behalf of Ajemi Kosi as well. We can play the one for the women as well. I'm biased about, okay, yeah, that's fine. I can't help, you can dance to it if you like. You better check yourself. Waiting with an open arm for me to come back and remember who I am. And my whole world's waiting for an open arm for me to come back and remember who I am. Lọ́dọ̀ Ifá kò má sẹ́niyàn mú kọ́kọ́ dé. 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 Ajemi Kosi o, my wealth has become larger. Ajemi Kosi o, that's Saturday. I no stress, I no worry, Ọlọ́run mo sáré mọ́. Me, I know who I am, I know where I am. Speaking tongues till I hear. Well, ohun abínibí kò mú ẹ̀kọ́. My whole world's waiting with an open arm for me to come back and remember who I am. And my whole world's waiting with an open arm for me to come back and remember who I am. Ibro, the third one. So that's the album. We just thought that's a perfect way to usher this new thing, this identity of Africa, remembering who we are, what we have, and I can't but be biased. There's also a track for women in there because, like I said, we are literally the partner of Eledumare. I don't want us to forget it. I think my task would have failed if I do not let women know that, because we are the carriers of society. And I don't want any woman to leave without ever believing 101% in yourself. Everything you're doing, Eledumare is happy about it. So I'll play the last track and I'll call on FJ to bless this and launch it and say that's it. And then we can put it on the streamline. Yeah, the one for women. She gets a lorry. Every step on the wall, every breath like that. But she didn't rest, get me some far away. She don't break. She never stay. Stressful down. If I'm a trusted her, or is the guide her, or Jamie Kosi. If you're having our own strength, or buying a slider. Ajea no Fabi say, Ajea is not a rider. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah. So FJ. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, I think it's on the phone. You can play it till we get there. So that's it. So that's Ajemi Posse brand.
Ibro was singing this song. I was like, this boy that doesn't like listening to this.
Yeah.
He crammed the words, he was singing it over.
Yes.
Thank you. There is something that is very unique about Ajemi Posse. Whenever she comes up, there's something that everybody will always say. They will say, I love listening to her. Has anyone noticed that? Whenever she is talking, read the comments. What you're going to see is, I just love listening to her. So, and I love calling her to pray. You know, when she said she has the gift of Iwure in Yoruba is how we pray. Declarations. And I just, whenever there is a need for somebody to pray, she's the one that just comes to my command because she has that gift. So she has put all of this essence in this work, which is not just a website. It is a gateway. This is our essence. This is our frequency. This is who she is in her truest form, in her authentic state, and she's offering that to the world. So I want you to just, your thoughts, your words, or whatever you can do, send some positive energy to her, first and foremost. Just send it to her. Just say something positive about this work. That this work will go to the ends of the earth. That through this work, she is already an ambassador of Africa. And she will continue to be. And people will not just find this as an educative platform, but it will be an instrument of healing. The depressed will find emotional healing. The oppressed will be delivered. The downtrodden, they will rise. When they gain access to this space, when they hear the words, the audio, they would experience liberty. Liberty in their soul. Liberty in their mind. Liberty in their emotion. And that Ajemi Posse will continue to rise in all aspects and spheres of life. That she will continue to have more and more to give. That she will not lose her essence. That what is in her that makes people say, I just love listening to her. It will not diminish. That it will increase. Increase in abundance. Multiple fold. And that every one of us here, she becomes the point of contact to us finding more and more of ourselves and becoming more and more of who we truly are. We bless this work. She becomes unstoppable. She becomes indestructible. She becomes irreproachable. And the same with every one of us.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
The website is ready.
Yes. So it's just simply ajemiposse.com. On YouTube, you can be our friend on YouTube. We have movies coming out as well. So Ajemi Posse TV. Is it Ajemi Posse Africa? Ajemi Posse. So it's Ajemi Posse on YouTube. And please spread the word. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, sis. Thank you.
Someone that is calm yet powerful, and she is silent yet profound. Please put your hands together.
Oh, you can put it on mine.
Let me just put it.
Okay.
Here.
I'm good?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. What a day. So good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever it is you're joining us from. I greet you with the best of greetings. Those of us that are here physically,
and to the online audience, I say hello to you all. So my topic today is on becoming your authentic self. I also want to stand on existing protocol. Thank Mr. Jubal for organizing this event. The last 3 days I have followed keenly online, and what you've done really is you've created a citadel of knowledge from scratch. And for that I say thank you. You have brought a group from totally diverse backgrounds here. You've mentioned, I really was looking forward to meeting Barry, because yes, he's in one of the master classes. So well done. I particularly loved the way the whole program was organized. While I was online, you have been able to take us through not only Nigerian history, but also South African history. There was somebody who touched upon apartheid. Some of our children don't even know what that means. So they don't understand what is happening when they hear South Africans don't like Nigerians. Meanwhile, there's actually a deep, long history between Nigeria and South Africa. You also brought in another resource, Mohammed Andrew, who talked about Nubia and Nubians. Really, indeed, for me, what ICC 2025 has done is it has confirmed to me that Africa is risen, not rising. It's indeed, it has risen. Our music globally, you had a resource person speak about that as well. There's no part of the world you will go into that you would not hear Nigerian music particularly. And when I see Caucasians actually dancing the buga and all of those steps, I'm like, wow, we've really, really gone places. And we continue to maintain that. So, what if I tell you this is blueprint for success? How many of us here will be interested in hearing what it entails? Only one person. Okay, 2, 3. Aha, that's more like it. Oh, there's a young person there. Lovely. Hi. Okay, the success blueprint. I'm not going to take too much of your time, but there are 5 pillars that make up the success blueprint. I bring it up because you as a person are more magnificent than any of your fantasies that you have about yourself. And you're the most critical factor in this success blueprint. So we start with the first pillar. And in fact, it's so ironic when Femi Jubal was on stage here, everything he pointed out, I was like, did this guy get some expo from my notes? So here we go. First pillar, patterns. What are patterns really? They're just habits, yeah? What you do on a daily basis form your pattern. And it's so critical to who you are as an individual. What do you do routinely? Take time to find out what your patterns are. When people come to me and say, Zendiza, I'm stuck, it takes me 20 to 30 minutes to find out where the bottlenecks are in their lives. And that is because as they speak, I can pick out the patterns in their life. So we need to be attentive. We need to take note about our habits and our patterns. Because our habits actually end up being our behaviors. What you do routinely becomes you. The second pillar is what sort of decisions are you making? Are you taking quality decisions? Are you making quality decisions? Tony Robbins, I believe, said, decisions are the pathway to destiny. Every day we wake up, we have roughly between 60,000 to 90,000 decisions is what we make in a day. It's profound. Every thought that comes across from you is actually a decision. Now, the decision you take, is it informed? And then again, here I would like to show or speak about the connection between your decision and your patterns. So for example, let me give you something very basic. I go to work on a daily basis, right? And because of the quantum of decisions I've told you we take as individuals, it's critical for me to prepare. So for example, tomorrow is Monday. By today, I want to have the outfit I'm wearing tomorrow ready, in place. That is one decision taken care of, so that tomorrow morning, I'm not overwhelmed. Because that's what happens. If you're taking 60,000 decisions every day, that can really be overwhelming. So for the awakened soul, for the intentional person, you take time to make your life just a little bit easier by having some of these routines in place. It makes your life very, very organized. And in a way, that is what you want into becoming somebody who is authentic. Pillar 3. So patterns, your decisions, and something very important, your identity. Everybody who has been on stage here today has spoken about identity. What is identity? It answers to the question, who are you? Really, at your core. Remember, as a human being, you are a tripartite being, right? You are not just flesh and blood. You are primarily spirit, soul, and then body. So, and all of these 3 dimensions are equally important. So you cannot take care of your body and then forgo your soul or your spirit. You wouldn't be acting in the best interest of that phenomenal being that you are. Now, on to the next pillar. Now, this is a very critical pillar, because even if you have the first 3 I have mentioned, but you have not taken care of this particular pillar, the pillar of limiting beliefs, then it's going to crash down all of the first 3 I've spoken about. And what are limiting beliefs? Let me ask you a question so that this is a dialogue and not a monologue, right? Have you identified, or do you know how you desire your life to be? Anyone? Has anybody? You have. Okay. Are you there, would you say? Almost. You're getting there. Okay. So that means there are still some things that are holding you back from living that particular life that you so desire. So those things that are holding you back are what we call limiting beliefs. For a lot of people, it is fear. They say fear has crippled and killed more dreams than any natural disaster or war or death that you can imagine. Fear. So it's critical that if you have a fear, whatever it is, and the task here for you is to identify your own limiting belief. What is it? It differs for everybody. Some people is the fear of public speaking. For some is fear of success. For some is fear of money. So money just runs away from them because they have not acknowledged that limiting belief. Then finally, once you have all of these 4 in place, then the last factor, you yourself, what we call the expanded self. And this now brings me to the real crux of authenticity. Like I said earlier, you are the greatest creation that exists. You are more magnificent than any dream, any fantasy, any idea of who you are. Which is why we're hearing a lot of testimonies. A lot of people who are now applying some of these universal principles between 2024 and now are actually manifesting. Using the principles are there. And if you're part of this dynamic tribe, you know that you are the greatest resource and everything around you are what? Tools. Tools for you to utilize in order to alchemize, to activate what is really in your core. When all of those titles are taken away, the missus, the doctor, the pharmacist, mother, wife, when all of those are taken, who are you at your core, your essence? What drives you? Do you know your motivations? Do you know your values? Those are some of the things that really speak to who you are as a person. So going on to authenticity. Authenticity simply really means originality. As opposed to what is happening, the Gen Zs have left. But what is happening now, when I look at, say, the beauty industry, I find it very odd that everybody is doing work on themselves to look like a particular family that is well known, the Kardashians. Everybody has sucked-in cheeks, high cheekbones, long flowy hair to almost their butt. Everybody is looking the same. We are not created to be the same. We are not created to be duplicates. We are unique. Each and every one of us is unique. And if you don't come from that uniqueness, then you're just a copy. You've lost your originality. And because you've lost that originality, your voice, your true destiny that you were supposed to live, you can never live it as a replicate or copy of another person. So, let me break it down and use an example for you to understand how really critical and important authenticity is. And this must have happened to all of us, really. Have you ever seen someone and said, oh, wow, that person looks great. I wish I was in her place, or I wish I was in his place. We've all done that, haven't we? At some point or the other. So, this is it. Anytime you see another person, and your perception when you see that person is, oh, this person is richer than me, or this person is finer than me, or this person is more socially connected than me. What you have done, in essence, is you have exaggerated that person, upplayed all of the positive qualities of that person, ignoring and being totally oblivious to the downsides of that person. And on yourself, you have minimized yourself completely. You now don't see any upside to you. You only see your downside. Now, physiologically, neurologically, what has happened to you is you have created a distortion. That distortion makes you act from a place of inauthenticity, from a place of total lack of originality. Because at that point, what you're doing is you're deflecting. You're deflecting yourself, and you have totally minimized yourself to the floor. The flip side is when you now meet someone, exactly, who you now think I'm the GOAT. Yeah, I am richer, I am finer, I'm more socially connected. Yeah, I'm the MVP. In that regard, what you are doing is you have exaggerated yourself, seeing only your positives, ignoring totally your negatives, and to the person that you think you're bigger than or greater than, you have totally minimized. And so you don't see anything, any of the positives that that person has. In effect, that is what creates pomposity, pride, even narcissism comes from that single act of thinking you're better than the next person, which is what makes comparison such a futile act. Do not waste your time, your effort in comparing yourself to another person. It's a worthless exercise in appreciating yourself as the unique being that you truly are. Because the truth is, whatever it is you've seen in the next person exists in you. And true authenticity is when the seen and the seer are the same, and you realize that nothing is missing in you. That is true authenticity. So the seer, the seen are the same, and there's nothing missing in any of us. Which is why if you're not part of this dynamic tribe, this dynamic group, this should be a wake-up call for you. Because once you become truly authentic, all of the laws of the universe come together, and that's what we call manifestation. Law of attraction, law of resonance, law of repetition. Everything comes together for your highest good. And with that said, I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience.
Please, can we give her a better round of applause? Okay, you're open for questions, right?
Oh.
Regarding her presentation.
They are all very successful.
Awesome.
Let me share my...
Okay.
On social media, I'm called Reformer Minds by Zendiza. Kindly check us out and follow. Thank you very much. Reformer Minds by Zendiza. Reformer, R-E-F-O-R-M-A, Minds, M-I-N-D-S. Thank you. On Instagram and TikTok.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have we been getting value so far? Have we wasted any of our time? I want to do something. I want to do something. I want us to do something. There's been a seismic shift since 2 days back now, and it's truly unconventional. It's not something that is normal. There's been a dramatic shift, both in mindset, spiritual, body, physical, and every ramification. And it's not easy. That's the truth. I want us to call out the convener of this event and let us pray for him. And then Ajemi Osi is going to end by just pouring prayers for him. He's done that for her when he launched her website and stuff. Yes, she's going to come, but I need you on stage, sir, please. Yes, please. I don't know if I have that power, but let me hold the microphone, so let me call him on stage, please. So I want everybody up and standing. He is going to stand here, and the rest of us will stand here. I don't know where these children went to. All of us should come outside. Let's all come outside and just stand here. Let's close that vacuum. He has brought Muslims, he has brought Christians, he has brought traditionalists, he has brought people from all sphere of life. He has brought Igbos, he has brought Hausa, he has brought Yoruba, he has brought Tiv, he has brought Igala, he has brought every religion together. He has brought every tribe together. It is not easy. And wherever this idea came from, is beyond physical, is metaphysical. We want to pray for him. We just want to say few things in less than 2 minutes, and then she is going to conclude for us. So, sir, please, just stay here. Yes. So point to him and just say few words of prayer in your own language, in your own words. And then she is going to conclude the prayer session for us. And we say amen. And we say amen. And we say ashe. So Ajimi Kosi is going to conclude the prayer for us in audible words. And then she'll tell us our responses.
Thank you. Say it in Yoruba, then I'll translate it. If that's okay. Yeah? Okay. Femi. Omi ni mo dà sílẹ̀ yìí. Ẹni tó ń bá omi ṣọ̀tá. Bí omi léni, ò ní rí ọ̀tá. Tó bá ti wá rọ̀tá rí, ó tún da omi yẹn sílẹ̀ lẹ́ǹkọ̀tà. Torí pé arò mẹ́ta ló ní ilé ayé. Elédùmarè, omi àti ilẹ̀. Gbogbo ohun tó bá ti jẹ́ ìdíwọ́, ìdìnà, orí kételé ènìyàn. Ìwọ ti di omi àgbáyé, kò sí tí omi ò ń dé. Ìwọ ti di afẹ́fẹ́ àgbáyé, kò síbi tí afẹ́fẹ́ ò ń dé. Ọ̀nà ò dí mọ́ mi rí, ọ̀nà ò ní dí mọ́ ẹ. Ẹni tó ń pè lẹ́mìí, ẹni tó ń pè lálàyé, ni ẹni tó ń mí. Fẹ́mi ọmọ Jùbá, wọ́n ní ká ṣe bó ṣe ń ṣe kó bá lè rí bó ṣe ń rí. Ẹ ti di ṣíṣe. Kí àwọn tó ní ayé, kí àwọn tó ní ọ̀run, kí ẹni tó ní wákàtí kọjá ojúbà fún ẹ. Ilẹ̀. Ilẹ̀ ò kí ń gbẹ. Ilẹ̀ máa ń fa omi mu ni. Ilẹ̀ máa ń gbé ìgbín síta ni. Ohun tó bá tọ́jú sínú ilẹ̀ kò ń gbénú ilẹ̀, ó máa ń jáde ni. Ọmọ aráyé ò ní rògbò ẹ̀ fi bo. Gbogbo ẹ̀ ti di dọ́dọ́pọ̀ ti tàn. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ nìwọ. Ó di afẹ́fẹ́, ó di omi, ó di ilẹ̀, ó di iná, ó wá di èémí lénìí. Ẹni tí ò bá ní mí láyé mọ́ ló máa dán ẹ wò. Ẹni tó bá fi ọwọ́ ara ẹ̀ ṣe ra ẹ̀ ló máa dán ẹ wò. Nítorí pé ọwọ́ tí ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ bá gbé, ọwọ́ ara ẹ̀ ló fi nà. Láṣẹ àwọn tó bí ẹ, láṣẹ ìyá tó bí ẹ, láṣẹ ìkúnlẹ̀ tó bí ẹ, láṣẹ àwọn tó ti lọ, ní bàbá, ní ìyá ńlá, ní àwọn òrìṣà lẹ́yìn, ní ilẹ̀ tó ṣú ẹ sí àti àwọn òbí ẹ wá tẹ̀lé ẹ lẹ́yìn. Ẹ̀rù ò ní bà ẹ́, ò ní wẹ̀yìn láì ríyàn, èèyàn láṣọ ìbúra, ò ní má léèyàn láyé. ẹni bá néèyàn ó náwó, ẹni bá néèyàn ó ná àlàáfíà, ẹni bá néèyàn ó ná ohun gbogbo, èèyàn máa yí ẹ ká títí dọ̀jú alẹ́ ni. Ohun tó bá fẹnu sọ àṣẹ́gun, ohun tó bá fọwọ́ ṣe, let me have your hands. Bá fọwọ́ ṣe àṣẹ́gun ní gbogbo ilé ayé, kí o wá fi pa orí, nítorí pé orí ò má wá kọ̀ ọ́, orí ò má wá fi sílẹ̀, orí ò kó wá gbé ni, àgbé kó gbé títí dọjọ́ alẹ́, kó wá gbé títí di ìran tó ti wá, ìran tó wà ń sìn, ìran tó máa tún fi sílẹ̀. Gbogbo ẹni tó ti wá ṣe fún tó ní pé kí ògo wọn bùyọ̀, ìdílé gbogbo yín ò ní gbé, ní wá ohun rere tì láṣẹ Elédùmarè, àṣẹ ti gùn, ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀, ó jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. And anyone that wants to participate, you can put your leg in the water. It's simply that you're universal in everything and you were participatory to this. And that means you were a partner to this. And as it prospers, you prosper. And as it does well, you will do well. Witness to it. So that's the point of water. And anywhere that there's water, face of the earth, that nobody can be your enemy. And that you're unstoppable. You become water. You become the air. You become sun, and you become fire. And you have become breath of life. Nothing will be able to stop you. Anyone that tries to stop you, they would actually do themselves. And that wind goes back to them. Because we're participants here. And then lastly, I said human beings are more than wealth. That if you have people, you have all the wealth of the world. And definitely, if you have people in your life, value them more than material things. Value relationship, and it shall be well with us. Asheo.
Was led to do that ritual, and it was significant. I'm going to call on the next speaker who's going to be taking us through the next 30 minutes on the alchemy of food. Food is very important, and she's going to be putting us in right perspective on what we should eat, how we should eat it, when we should eat it. The next speaker is Colette Davidson. While she prepares to come on stage, I'll just read her citation. Colette Davidson is a powerful blend of intellect, heart, and purpose as a social enterprise. Can we have a silent hall, please? As a social enterprise expert, certified counselor, and life coach, she has shaped national conversation on unity, governance, and national conversation and healing power of nature. She is the founder of Tomorrow African Mind and the CEO of Other Resources.
I didn't do my slide.
Her work champions women, youth, and community wellness while inspiring the next generation of African leaders with multiple national and international awards. Colette Davidson continues to challenge narratives and drive real change. She is not just a speaker, she is a movement in motion, and I call her Bullet. Let's give her a resounding round of applause who takes us through the journey of food alchemy for the next 30 minutes.
Okay, this one is not working. Does it work? I don't want to put on Good evening, everyone. The crowd is too much. See the whole crowd all over the place, and you are not shouting. Good evening, everyone. I can feel your energy. That's why I'm excited. Please don't turn it down. I am so glad to be here today, and I want to thank my big friend Femi Jubal for holding up the lights. In a space where you have so much darkness, it's when you see one light, it feels like a flock. So you congratulate whoever that has the boldness to flash the light.
that's why I'm congratulating him. It's not easy because when you're flashing a light in the midst of so much darkness, you face a lot of resistance. Without wasting your time, I'm a sharpshooter, so please just try and follow me. And the topic is alchemy of foods. Alchemy of foods. We already know what alchemy is. Alchemy is the ability to transform something from one form to the other. It's like saying industry. That's where the word came. Industry is the ability to change things from one form to the other. Processing, whatever you want to call it. But on a deeper level, alchemy, it's not just English language. You know, language makes things limited the way we understand them. The alchemy we talk about here is light, energy. So when we say alchemy of foods, we're saying transforming food from the very minute level of energy. It is transmuting energy. I wish they are projecting my slide. Okay, so that people can flow better. Yes. Alchemy of food, therefore, is how we change food. We know the normal one, the basic one is cooking food. You know, you put raw food and then you put your fire and the fire boils it. But the level we're talking about today is beyond your boiling. The level we're talking about today is beyond your frying, it's beyond your drying. We're talking about you. Alchemy of foods is about you because the word food came from the word fodo. I think I've spoken about that the last time, ICC 2024. Came from the word fodo. And that's where the saying that to food is to fool. So what we're doing every day, tell your neighbor what you're doing every day. You are sitting down and eating that delicacy. You are fooling your body. You know why? Because your body does not know what is true or false. Your body does not have a mind of its own. So anything you put inside it, you are giving it information. Take that note. It has nothing, or the least reasons why we watch our food is beyond looks. The last speaker talked about people trying to be like the Kardashians. I'm like shocked, like how would I want to look like the Kardashians when I know what's behind their looks? So when you look at food from that perspective, you will know it's beyond weight loss or weight gain. It's about you keying in the data you want on the system. You are the system. So whatever you key in, you are telling your body, this is what I want you to take. You need to be that conscious. You are keying in data into your body whenever you're eating food. So you who is keying in that data, you are the one who is fueling your body. Do we understand now? That's basic. Now, why do we talk about, my topic is saying surrender is the new survival. I'll tell you why. The Africa we talk about today concerning food is not an Africa that does not have a base. It's not an Africa that does not know origin. If we're talking Africanizing, we are talking energy. We're talking raw. So in my slides, I said the future is raw. The future, when we say the future is Africa, or Africa is the future, we're only saying that the future is raw. Because Africans were the ones who were known for what? Raw. We were known for eating things alive. It didn't mean that we were archaic. Today's development tagged us naive or primitive because we allowed westernization to define development. We allowed westernization to define civilization. You see the prayer she made here? Does it sound like Oyibo? Will you say that she's not developed? But what language does she speak? Raw. She spoke raw. That's local. When there's a program they're doing right now, the presidency, it has to do with the the 774 local governments across Nigeria. And they are talking nutrition. And most of their messages is saying that the future is local. They are not saying that the future is local government. Yes, that's also their focus. But because it's nutrition, they are saying the future is home. Another word is raw. Another word is local. So if we're talking Africanizing, we're talking home. Now, we're not saying don't travel. We're only saying that you need to know origin. So that wherever you are origin. You are not losing your origin. You're not trying to be like the Kardashians. You are still very original, authentic, like the last speaker said. So, quickly, can I have the next slide, please? Okay. So when we say the future is what? Energy. The future is energy. And when we say energy, is energy at its core. That's the rawest. The least level of raw. That's where the future is. Let me prove that to you. I don't want to sound so scientific. I'm a science background person. But I want to tell you what at least one or two things you already know. Quantum mechanics. The quantum physics we're talking about today that the likes of Elon Musk are using to promote telemedicine and all that is energy at its core. It's the rawness of energy they are trying to go back to, which is what you and I possess as Africans, as the core human race who actually bettered the rest of the races. I'm sure someone mentioned that in one of the sessions online. Thank you. So if we're talking energy and we're talking food, we're saying return to raw, return to local, return to Africa, return to energy at its core. Why I said at its core is because the processed foods that the Western culture or we buy in the fast foods, or even the ones that most of us make at home, or the ingredients, most of those foods actually have energy. But the only thing is that the energy is not at its core. The energies are processed, so you lose a whole lot of energy and you end up eating chaff. And we said a human being is light. So it means that you take the raw, let me show you how foolish we have been. We take the raw and we wash and put it inside the pot, and then we put fire on it. What is the fire doing? The fire is splitting the energies in the food. And when it splits the energies in the food, it's called fission. Fission, you can Google it. Fission means that they are losing energy. Most of us who eat okra soup, you find some okra is looking brown, it's no longer looking green. And then you are still munching, now you feel like you are eating food. You are eating a dilapidated meal. You have used heat to cause fission on the energies of the food you are eating. So you are seriously fooling your body because your body is light. So you are giving your body food at the least of energies, and then tomorrow you're wondering, why am I falling ill? You interfere with the immunity or the integrity of your body. That's it. The moment you compromise the integrity of your body, that's why your immunity goes down, and then you fall ill, or you even start getting weak, or tomorrow, because it's consistent, you are fooling the body every time. That consistency winds up your life and gives you results on the dashboard over time. So Africanizing is the new globalization. Do we agree? Yes. We want to agree because I'm here. Next slide, please. See why food and energy is so crazy. Why we have to be careful. E-transformation is energy transformations. And we know by the books, by the holy books, he said, in whom we what? Live, we move, and have our beingness. That is energy. Because every single aspect of you is light, is energy. Now, energy at its core is where you have all your being. Is by energy you move. It's by energy you live. is the same. When I say energy, please, something came to my head. Someone is wondering. I'm not talking about physical strength. Energy is light. I'm talking light. Light at its barest, strongest level. Light at, when the holy books say, for God is light and in him there is no darkness. It's not saying here's the darkness of evil. There is no depletion in the light. The light is pure light. If you have met someone who is full of the anointing, do you know why they used to push people? When the anointing gets you up, it's the light, the impact of light. When I activate myself, it has happened to me before, and I came to a place and people were falling. I'm telling you, it's not church. I knew what I did, and since that day, whenever I do that, I don't come out. I just stay inside my house and burn. When I'm finished burning, I come out. So the effect of light, right, is what we call in the Christendom anointing. But that's energy at a level, energy at a higher frequency. So the essence of food, just know, aside fueling, the opposite of fueling yourself is fueling. So you are either fueling your body or you are fooling your body. So please, you can ask yourselves, please do the mathematics. Have you been fooling yourself or have you been fueling yourself? Next slide. If you want to move, if you want to live, it is time for you to redefine eating, to understand that food is light. So we are barely eating light. And stop seeing, I wrote one time I wrote to someone, I said, don't get carried away with taste. It has no physical outcome. It only gives you pleasure. But pleasure ends there, right? But what your body receives is what? Is the energy. So that energy that your body receives, the outcome is well. When you look at Ayurveda, Ayurvedic medicine, that's the way Indians treat you. It's a very old practice system of medicine. It's been like 3,000, 5,000 years ago. They use food. They use herbs. They use seeds to heal the body because they know that the body is what? Light. And they know that the light of the body comes from what? Food, from energy. I don't like calling it food because you'll be seeing one delicious thing. When they talk food, they are talking energy, light. That's it. So when they are giving you what to eat concerning your health, they are not just carrying food, cook food and give you. No. They even weigh your energy level. So they don't go and give you high energy meal that can, you know what happens when you plug something in, if the capacitor is low, right? What happens? It blows up. Thank you. They must check your capacity to handle light. If you read it in the Bible, they say they need to check your capacity to handle the anointing. That's the same thing, it's energy. So in your daily living, we need to come to, it's called conscious eating. Come to the consciousness that I'm eating light. I'm not eating the taste. I'm not saying that taste is not wonderful. You should ignore taste. But that's not the purpose of eating. The purpose of eating is fueling. If you get carried away by taste, you would end up probably fooling yourself because there is McDonald's, all the French fries, they taste so good, man. But fast food, yeah. And you finish eating, you didn't know that the food you ate, the energy in it is even lower than your body. So you know what you're doing? You're stepping your body down. You know how step up transformer, right? And step down. Thank you. So what you're doing to yourself is you are stepping down. But our job as humans who are light beings is to keep on what? Activating our lights. So whenever you're eating, you do what? You are mindful of what you're eating. The whole thing I'm talking about is not what I'm not living. I'm living it. So even when I'm talking to you, I'm hungry. I'm seeing my meals when I'm talking to you people, you know. So the next, control. No, control. Go back to the other one. Control. The importance of alchemy. Why is alchemy of food important? It is control. Let's bring back what westernization did to us. Westernization determined a whole lot for us. One, what we should eat. That's the content of the food. Two, what else? How we should eat, how to eat it. That's what? The routine. They say it's what? 3 square meal. Meanwhile, square is only 4. They say it's 3 square meal. I don't know what is the square in the 3. Okay, that is how to eat. They also design for us where to eat. Position. Where do we now eat? On the dining table. Thank you. I'll tell you what they did to you by letting you disconnect from the normal way Africans ate food, which the Indians still practice till date. But we Africans, we deviated a whole lot. Where then the next thing they also took from us and designed, they said, what to eat with. What do we eat with now? What is the type of spoon we're eating with? You say it's cutlery. Metal spoons, right? Or rubber, plastic spoon. Where you these people are cashing out on top of our heads, and we're forming. We feel like that's the civilization, that's their physique. So somebody only took what you have and started redefining it for you and told you what development and civilization is. I don't get it. I keep telling people in some platforms where I speak, I said the West is not the standard. They are not dictators of civilization. I don't care whatever they are producing. And it does not mean I'm anti the West. I'm only anti them calling the shots. But we know why they are calling the shots. Economy. But why we have staged this program is to bring consciousness of the African nature, African origin to our people. If we lose that consciousness, like the last speaker said, we would be operating from a non-authentic position. And the moment you are not authentic, your voice is taken. Part of being authentic is returning to origin. Is returning to origin, to energy, local. Your authenticity, what makes something authentic is its origin, its identity. Most of us have lost identity as Africans, not just in our names, not just in our foods, in our dressing. We've lost it even in our culture, in our communication, in our greeting sense. She said, Ashe, that's the word we know in Africa. It was not amen. Amen was a refurbished rebranding. And so also goes the gods that they gave us. So they have gone, they don't chop deep into us. They have eaten so deeply into us and we're not eating into them. So when I say that the future is Africa or that Africanizing is the new globalization, it is a time for Africans to start redefining standards and eating into theirs. And I'm glad the likes of, thank you so much. I'm glad the likes of the Nollywood industry is trying, the music industry is trying, because they are penetrating their own culture. The fashion industry too, our fashion is growing, but we need to do more. Now, aside the control, you can see all the places where they messed us up, because anyone who has given you rubber spoons to eat with or metal spoons to eat with have disconnected you from the light coming from the food you are eating. So they made sure they covered us 360 from what you are eating. If you escape, if you eat vegetables, that's you escape the contents, because they gave us junk, right? Processed food. So if you escape it, but then you are eating the vegetable, you are using rubber spoon. Or yeah. When you check the Indian culture, you know those days we used to watch Indian movies. How do they eat? They sit on the floor. That's the position. And then they eat with their hands. Why? They want to stay in contact with light. The light, the electricity I didn't say tiles. They don't sit on tiles. Go check them. They sit on the bare floor. And that's what our forefathers knew. And guess what? It contributed to their living long. They live young. They can hammer a woman at 80 and nothing. It was no biggie. Yeah. Go check your history. In fact, Japan women at 60 still knock like women at 30. Because of what? Lifestyle. The way they eat. But we here, we don't consider these things. We think that, oh, it's just ephemeral. It's just shallow. It doesn't matter. But you forget that the food you eat is the light that you are. Did I just say that? The food you eat is the light you are. Part of this explanation means that if I want enlightenment, right, it comes from my light, the food I eat. Let me not forget something. That the essence of feeding or fueling is for what? Lightning. Why do we put on bulbs on electricity, on sockets? It's because we want light to shine. That's what you're doing when you're eating. So the essence of your eating, you need to have that as a conscious eater, that you're trying to put light, put bulb to you so that you can shine. So the alchemy of food is telling you that if you want enlightenment, not just academic enlightenment, if you want to align with your energy, if you want your chakra to move from the lower ones to the crown, it comes also with your feeding, because you are feeding light. So you see why it looks like Africans. You say, he's a black man. You see how he's reasoning. You understand? It didn't just happen. If you check the consistency in what they ate, how they ate, and all that, it resulted to that, all that control. Conscious, I think I've done justice to this. The next slide. So on whose terms are we developing? That's the question we need to be asking ourselves every single time. On whose terms is development defined? On whose terms is civilization defined? Is it on our terms or is it on someone else? If we allowed it to be on someone else's term, we have lost authenticity. That's what the last speaker spoke about, right? Now, the beingness, the origin, I think I've spoken also about that, pure light and the energy bonds. That's what happens when you boil or overboil your meals. Now, the other part of food that most of us don't give attention to is our relationship. You know, India, eating is sacred. Food is sacred. They don't just, you can't stand up and eat food and rush the way we're doing here. You can't be, it's not etiquette or be etiquette. Whatever, it's not about ethic. It is that when we even say sacredness, why is it sacred? You think is, our normal way of defining sacred is a woman that is not knacking or a man who is not knacking. That's sacred. No. That's our religious mind. For something to be sacred, it means something, help me, something to be, is value. It's talking about value, and value at the barest minimum. Why I keep using the word barest minimum is because we need to know that it's not surface. It is not a flash in the pan. It's not something to be commonized. Now, part of the reason why food is of essence is because most of us here want to have sex, right? Most of us here want to have, enjoy life. Most of us want to live long. Most of us you don't want to be spending money in the hospital. You also want to be happy 24 hours. Like people always tell me, why are you always happy 24 hours? It's my food. Because your food defines your emotions, and emotions is where sexual energies come from. So if you are eating, you are only introducing a kind of sexual life. see why food is so holistic. The light that you are is the light you will bring in during sex. When you say, this one is not a baby, or you know, say it's smelly, or it's the food. I was, when I practiced in the hospital as a lab scientist, I was the histopathologist. I'm the only one in the hospital then, Keja. I worked with the Air Force. And guess what? My job was to handle semen analysis for men. So I was the only one collecting all the semen, and I did that. See her eyes. Collecting all the semen. I was a histopathologist, and I will process it and all that. And then some of this men's specimen, some of my specimen had odor. Some were clean. Some were, but in my counseling, you find out the kind of things they eat, what they expose themselves to, and you know, it affects their emotions. Because as a counselor, of course, the essence of counseling is to listen. You must learn listening. You learn by listening, not by talking. Now, the listening is what makes them let you know what they're eating, let you know their fears, which is part of the reasons I wrote my book, My Father's Sperm. But it's deeper than what I'm talking about here. The food that a man or a woman eats is why their sexual energy is the way it is. Because if your food is a low energy meal, all your processing will stop here. You will not rise in your chakras. When people say they had orgasm, or most times it is a pre-planned orgasm. In fact, for women it's worse. Because, yes, why it's like that is because our lifestyle has gone the other way. It's on a reverse. So most women don't enjoy sex. They feel if it's not a good sex, I'd rather not have it. I'd rather not even bother. And then the men who are also the ones who are even in the real trap of sex. Why I said they are trapped is because their sex life, it ties to their success. Their sex life is tied to the success, while a woman's sex life is tied to her wholeness. When you see a woman who is not having sex regularly, you know they used to be irritated. When I was a virgin, my mother used to say that in a lot. Say, oh girl, you need to go and start having sex so that you will not be every time. I say, why would you say that, mommy? He said, because if you are having the right sex, you will hardly be irritated. Yes. I said the right sex, not just any sex. Now, remember it's food we're talking about. Your eyes are really opening because we're talking sex. You should calm down. The food you eat is the sex you're having. Just know that. Because sometimes, probably, we experience that with men especially. They say, oh, if you have not eaten well, don't go and be having sex. You are pouring out. But guess what? It is not the food you ate that will give you the strength. It is the quality of the food you ate. The light you ate is the sex you have. You need to just establish this in your mind so that when you're drinking those processed, what's it called? Carbonated drinks, what is that? They say it's juice. Meanwhile, it's inside carton. Juice inside carton. So, and then I go to events, I see a man open Fanta, and he's drinking Fanta. I say, God, this guy, do you know what you're drinking? This is what you have, that's the sex you're bringing in. The only chance you have is to work it off, the energies that you accumulated. But most of our men, we know, it's very few of them who take care of themselves. These are part of the things I wrote down in my book. Your way out, your exit ways as a man. I wrote that for men, but it happens that a lot of women are buying it and giving to their husbands. I'm sorry to mention that, and I'm wondering. So I think it's because they want better sex. That's why they are giving to their husbands. Yeah. Now, the mind-blowing part of food and sex is that our ancestors who were able to satisfy women and even have more than one woman, the polygamy they experienced. The way they lived, the way they lived, the way they ate, it resulted in the way they had sex with women. And you cannot even compare it to the way our men live today. Men feel that, oh, I'm a man already, so I can burn it out. Oh, I'm a man already, I can stay under AC 24 hours, 7. Oh, I'm a big boy, so I cannot even take walks. Do you know that your sex life begins with not that you are matching your leg on the bare ground? I didn't say tiles. On the bare ground, you're already activating your sex life as a man. Why? Because the ground you are looking at is not bare, it is energy. So when you see Indians, how often do you see them wearing footwear? Even their men. Go now, go and find out. Who gave us the footwear we're wearing? And if you are not wearing footwear, you are local. You are a British person. So if you have not understood authenticity, I'm not saying you should be carrying your foot barefoot and be walking all over the place. No, it is that you need to be that conscious and take advantage the moment you find a space to do that. Take advantage of the background. If you have to even put that up every single day, I must find myself with the ground. Put my foot right on the bare floor. I must reconnect to what? The sun. Do you know, as common as sun, our ancestors didn't joke with sun because the sun is the sun. Yes. The sun, when I say sun, I don't mean the heat of the sun because there's a timing to the sun, to the sun's heat. So your ancestors who used to go to the farm, they went to the farm early morning, right? They didn't just go to the farm early morning, they also faced the sun early morning. So they enjoyed that early morning sun as they were walking to the farm. Both the grounds they walked on and the sun that they're looking at, they're gazing or even on their skin, is what has had sexual influences, impact on their hormones. And guess what? Do you think that our ancestors had prostate cancer? It was not a case. So you can't tell me that, I'm rounding up because most of the things now I'm talking, there are deeper things in my book. So if you want to have more as a man especially, and then of course some part of it for you to understand the real orgasm and what orgasm can do to a man's business, how orgasm impacts a man's wealth, how it impacts his generation, how having orgasm with the right woman, because women are what? Writers. Women are people who write on your templates each time. That's why they have womb. They write, they're the ones writing. But if a woman now has sex with a man who is not even conscious, or rather, sorry, a man who is conscious, the man and the woman are both writers. There is a reason, because of the feminine energy that is in both of them. My book explained that deeply and very clearly. So the feminine energy, I'm rounding up with this one statement. The feminine energy in our males, which is always completely ignored, is the reason you find our men not just aging fast, their illness, and then the reason you see them, they have sex now, and then the next time they're looking for the next woman. Oh, it has to happen. Most of the men who understand what I'm talking about, they don't need a woman for orgasm. And guess what? They are not even doing masturbation. You need to interact with certain men like that. When you hear fetish people say, don't near a woman if you want to make wealth. It's not because sex is evil. It is their understanding of what I'm talking about at a deeper level. When you hear Babala will say, don't do this at this time, don't do this, don't do that, it's because they understand energy more than you who is literate. If you want to know the rest, please, they've been telling me to round off. Please, just, if you want the book, My Father's Sperm, it has so much. Even if I'm not the owner of the book, or not the writer, I'll push the book and tell people to buy that book because it will save our men. I just launched that book in July, just this July, and I have some philanthropists who are buying it to give out to university students. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you picked something.
Okay, so let's take one question or two questions. Okay.
My question is, I discovered that raw food, fruits, raw vegetables, deplete your inner heat energy.
Your inner heat energy, okay? That's endothermic.
We need the heat energy for our necessary human beings.
Next question.
Next question, please, so that we'll just take the questions. Does any other person have a question? That's right.
Okay, when I said eat greens, eat your vegetables and your seeds, right? It doesn't mean that's the only food our ancestors ate. It is finding out the right foods that they ate. Like rice is not our food. It's a borrowed meal. It's yam. That's why when you come to a place, I go to places like all these exotic places and I'm asking for yam. People are wondering, this big baby is looking for yam. They don't know why I'm asking for yam. I abandon every other thing in the buffet and I'm asking, please, can you go and cook yam for me? I went to Proti Hotel. The other time he was in Transcorp. I said, please, I need yam. Some of their waiters were looking at me like, who is this village woman? But you don't look at me the way I was dressed. I think I'm one big. It means I know something about light. Part of the things that also results to that issue is because most of our meals, the food industry have messed it up because of our leadership. The food is so messed up. As at 7 years ago, I was in 1 or 2 meetings. We were talking about the quality of food in Nigeria, in Africa in general. We had this company, the Monsanto. They have shipped a whole lot of GMO seeds down here, and part of the ones that have corrupted is our carbohydrates. And they are doing that, I think they've achieved that in the green. What is it called in English? Is it spinach? Spinach, go? They have achieved that in that one, but they never do. Ginger is since. They did that with potato and ginger. That's the first that they contaminated. I mean, Irish potato was the first one because it's one of the things we even use in the lab when you want to test foods. If you want to get great results, how it will. So it was very easy to penetrate that one. They did that 7 years ago. So if you're eating chips, sorry. Then they now did it to ginger. Yes, that one is so hurtful because ginger is what helps us to release stress, inflammation inside us. We're meant to be drinking ginger. Like, if you want, ginger is like our AC, air condition. That's it. And then they did that to onions. But the one that hurts me so much is my beans because I love beans a lot. But the only thing is, if you must buy some of these foods, you must know where you're buying it from. I was talking with them and Soul Sisters. You have to know which farmer, because some of these farmers still have the good seed. And then majority of them have collected the other one, the GMO seeds. And these things are sold to them at a very cheap rate. And they are also deceived that it's for providing food year round. So it's all that thing. The westernization influenced the content, the routine, the position, the medium. Now they are influencing the source of the food. That's the agro. Now, so I've just given you one expo. Most of them is in my book. But guess what? The long and short of food is to break out of routine. The essence or the goal, you didn't hear me. If you heard me well, you knew what I said. The goal to eating is to stop eating. Go and ask your ancestors. Our food is sun. If you saw each son, you see, these are programming. Food is programming. I told you, it's fooling. You have fooled your head long time. So it got 3 square meal. Some of us have dropped 3 square meal programming. We are now 2. Some of us are now left 2. We went to 1. I've met men in this city who don't eat at all. They feed on sunlight and water. Water, sunlight, and guess what? They are healthier than you. When their cells are checked, somebody left here already. Where is? Yeah, Sensei. He was traveling abroad, and he told me that they passed him through tests. They're not looking at his documents, 60-something years old, and they called him back. Did you say you are 61? Why are you lying about your age? That what they are seeing, that his cells is looking like a child's cells. Why? His lifestyle. Go and find out. Because part of the food is also your breathing. When we blow, it's also part of the way we eat. Because food is breath. Said, man shall not live by. Thank you.
It's a long way conversation. We say we want to talk about food alone. But just a quick announcement. Colette, as I told us before, is an author, and she has her book here, My Father's Palm. It's selling at conference price, so it's going to be different outside here.
Thank you.
And then we have, for the child's sake, that was just launched today. We also have 18 money rituals. We have We Move by Colette still. And then we have Elevated Single Life. Transform Your Life with Numbers is Mr. Femi's book that he said he's going to gift to some persons. So some of you that are still available here, you are lucky participants that are going to partake from that. Very quickly, I want to call on the convener of International Conscious Conference 2025 in person of Mr. Femi Jubal to carry through on the program. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. We have to go and sleep. I want to sleep. Thank you, everyone. It's been 3 days of not just educative sessions, but soul-lifting spiritual expressions. And I want to say a very big thank you to everyone who's been part of this journey. Those who came from the diaspora, those who came from within Nigeria. And like I said, the conversation does not end. It continues in the community. We're going to do 2 things that are very important, please, since you are the ones who have stayed till the end of today's edition. Let's do 2 things. The first thing is, I'm going to call someone up who said she wants to share for 5 minutes. So I'm going to time everything. She's going to do us for 5 minutes. And then we're going to have Dr. Linda Turner, who is going to tell us about her forthcoming 90-day rebirth. 90-day rebirth. And then we will close the session for today. So my sister, please come up stage. Thank you. You are the one that should have this, not me.
My name is Vivian Aumbu.
Kungwa, but I prefer to be called Aumbu. I always put emphasis on it. Aumbu, it means I will be remembered. And I am always remembered. I'll start with this. I met Mr. Femi Jubal on TikTok, and the first time of his class, he was talking about casting a spell on our names. That was what changed my life completely. My name Anwu is my grandmother's name. She died on the 20th of December. They gave birth to me the next day, 21st December. And my father said, I reincarnated. I came out with some strange things on my body. You see the marks. I've never had accident in my life. See my hands? So I am a testimony, and I'm a special child, and I am always remembered. I casted a spell on my name, as he usually say, and my life turned around. Yesterday when I met him, I said, you are an oracle. When they say an oracle, a lot of us imagine that, oh, one babalawo with some crazy things. Please, when you go back home, check the word oracle. Even Google has stated this down, that it was a name given for prophets, priest and priestess, something like that. Was there's a past? That means oracle doesn't exist again. It has to exist again. This man over here, he's a wonderful person. He's not just ordinary. I see him as an oracle. An oracle is not something, if you see in the explanation of the word oracle, it's not somebody who is supposed to be worshipped. It's somebody who has been sent to bring messages to people, to tell you where you are supposed to be and how you are supposed to be. I joined this community 2024, December. There was one viral video of his that went around about don't go to the 31st night in church. I reposted it on my platform, on my Instagram and other social media handles. And it was a life-changing time for me. February, I had to come for his masterclass here. It was hosted here. In February, I met him, we spoke. He gave me his number, but I never called him because I always want to be practical. Even my parents, they see me as a revolt. I'm sorry, but I accept I'm a revolt. I'm not just that girl that is supposed to be a posh girl moving up and down. No, I know that there's something special about me, and he made me discover who I am. You see this thing on the board here. I have discovered, I've worked with these 5 things. Every day of my life, I work with this. I've not attended any of his special master classes. I'm not in his VIP community because I said, I have to start from the scratch. Let me know my authentic self. Then I can move forward. And I've been able to manifest a car. I've never imagined I would have a car. The way it was given to me, it was so funny. I didn't buy it. It was given to me, not from a boyfriend. Yes, not from a sugar daddy. I got the car from work. You see, maybe from the day one, some of you that saw me, that outfit I put on, I've sold it. I'm not a fashion designer. I just wore it and then advertised to my friend who is in the UK. She lives in Leeds. And she said, well, you could make this type of dresses for us. I said, okay, I can. I'm not a fashion designer, so how will I do it? She said, Vivian, you can do something about it. Then I remembered him. I went back to his TikTok videos. I kept watching them. I said, you can do this, you can do this. I just went to a local tailor. I just kept emphasis on saying, this is what I want, this is what I want. My friend, I've been able to manifest. I sold those clothes for 800,000, but the profit I got was 1.8 million. I don't know how it happened. My friend helped me sell them over there. I've been sowing seeds. I am a civil servant actually, and I'm still discovering myself. That's why I said I take everything one step at a time. And anything I try to do, the next time when he comes online, he will say, he will say exactly what went through my mind the other day. He will say, some of you are not supposed to even do anything, not join any master class again. Go back to what I've taught you. Go back to your journals. Don't rush. Don't rush. Don't want to manifest those cars we are saying. Just be in your authentic self. Calm your mind. Be calm. Calm your mind and you'll be there. Just make sure you know who you are. I've known who I am before. I'll say, oh, I want long hair, I want this. No, these things came as gifts. A lot of them, I manifested a lot, and I'm grateful for that. And I want to tell you all, please, be yourself. Don't look down on yourself. Go back home. Come back home. There's a lady, Rookie, on our TikTok. Yes, she always tells us a journey back home. Go back home. That's you, yourself. And you will see that you will love yourself. Thank you all.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And quickly, we will have Dr. Linda Turner, who is going to speak for 10 minutes and then share with us about the forthcoming program, 90-Day Rebirth. Please put your hands together and welcome her. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Femi. Thank you for having me. I don't know if this is audible enough. It's working. Okay, I would like us to do just a few minute exercise. If you can stand up. I want you to personalize it. I mean, use your name to say what I'm saying. Just repeat after me. Say, I am unstoppable. I can achieve anything I set my mind to achieve. I am open for the possibility of the universe. Thank you. You can sit. I wanted to talk for like 20 minutes, but it's late. So I'm just going to give you a brief story about my journey. I had a vision growing up, and growing up I had so many obstacles. I don't know how to put it, but I'm just trying to watch the right language. And my siblings said I'm ugly, and they said all sorts of negative things about me. But why I'm sharing this is not something I should speak in public, but I want to encourage most of you, anyone that have gone through that path. It's about knowing yourself, your true identity, your purpose. No matter the negative comments, just stay true to yourself and just be focused. Some things come, it might, I don't know, I won't say it's out of jealousy, I will use the word ignorance. And because things will happen and they might just use that, the devil can come in and just say some things that will make you to shift out of your lane. But I was focused, I believe in myself, and I've envisioned my future, I've seen myself. And I know that I'm not an ugly girl, because when I gave birth to me, my parents did not use that kind of word towards me. My father named me Eminomo, means that there is nothing that is greater than a child. When we are 10 in numbers, when they gave birth to me, I'm the 7th child, like girl again, girls, girls, girls. So when he came, he said, no, I love her, she's a girl, and I will name her Eminomo. I'm from Edo State, so that's the meaning of Eminomo. Nothing is greater than a child. I said, as long as my father gave me the story of my birth, no matter what you say to me, it's not going to, it's not going to affect my journey. So I'm saying this, a lot of women, our voices has been buried because of negative comments. You don't believe in yourself, even if you are ugly. There is something that is greater than you. There is something that is inside of you that is beyond the physical beauty. People look at the physical beauty, they did not see the internal beauty. So it's not about your physical appearance. There are so many beautiful women out there, but they don't have anything upstairs. If you sit with them, you will regret the conversation you have with them. So there are things you can see beyond the physical beauty. There are something deeper than that I believe your purpose, your true identity. So because I believe in myself, even if indeed I'm ugly, that is not an issue to me. There is something that I know I was bet for, and it's the goal that I actually focus upon. I said, my purpose will be revealed. And I said to God, if you give me this opportunity to become something great, I will give back to the society, which I focus on the elderly women. I have an NGO which is called Linda Hope Initiative. I empower mostly the aged women. That's my focus. So growing up with the fear of what they've said to me, and I just want something unique, something that is different. And because of my family background, I don't know how to manifest success, but I know there's something in me. And I say, how do, you have it, but how can you manifest it is where the challenge comes in. So I tried, it didn't work out, but as life goes on, God began to reveal things. I'm going to just make it very brief. I'm rushing myself because of my time. So, and I started a fashion industry. I actually started at home. When I started, I had one machine and I was producing my tailor. We were all living in a room. So God did it for me. And after that, I said, look, I'm tired of just doing this at home. Let me just look for a shop. And I told my son that I want to look for a shop. He said, okay, Mommy, that's fine. I said, okay. I went ahead, I got a shop. The first person that came was looking for where he can get clothes, and he came to me and I said, no. I took him just to see the shop. I said, I've gotten the place finally, just come and see it. So we went to the shop. As I was leaving, a man ran to me and said, I want to get clothes for my wife. I said, I don't have the kind of clothes you are looking for. I directed the person somewhere else where he can purchase it. He said, what do you do? I said, I'm into clothing. He said, okay, can I see your clothes? I said, okay, that's fine. I took him. He said, you have beautiful things. Why are you not confident of what you have? I said, I just felt that this is not the thing I really want to, bring out, but I'm just starting. It's the old things I brought from the house. I've not really produced much. He said, they're beautiful. I'm going to come here with someone that will love you, and I want you to package this woman. I said, God, I don't know how to package her, but let me just give it a shot. He came with someone. I was just at the balcony. I saw people coming, police, blah, 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 SSS. I was confused. I said, who are these people looking for in the plaza? They walked to me, and one was smiling. I'm like, I hope they're not coming to arrest me. I didn't do anything evil, but let me just watch what will happen. So the lady said, this is my mother, and I told you I was going to bring someone. He brought her, and she said, oh, you have beautiful stuff. I want you to change my word. I said, fine, I can do that. To cut the story short, this woman gave me serious, I will use the word contract, like I became a personal shopper. I travel, buy things, and I will make my money, the interest and everything that same day, and in dollars, not Nigeria currency. So God used her to transform my life. I am encouraging women, most especially, don't be afraid to start. talent is never enough. So don't just relax and say, I'm talented. Talent is just a start and an open door for you. So no matter your circumstances, your background, please don't rely on just your talent. You have to keep pushing. Pushing, don't know, challenge will come, obstacle will come, just block your ears and stay focused to your goal. I had to like rush. But the ability to stand, to be strong to yourself, and believe who you are and your true purpose and identity. God will always stand by you and support you. So no matter what, your character also is part of your talent. So your talent is not enough, and show your just believe in your talent. Don't back it up with a good character. You will not succeed. So pardon me with my story. I had to like rush everything because of him. I was not able to give much. So I have an upcoming program called The Rebates.
And the feedback is great. So I would like Femi to come up stage, and then we're going to have Adimi for CV up stage, and then she's just going to tell us briefly about it, and then we're going to launch it, bless it, and then we close, and we all go home and sleep. I want to sleep. Yes, now, she'll talk about it for 5 minutes, and then we would launch it for another 5 minutes, and then we close. Tomorrow's session is virtual. We're going to have Dr. Wale from Canada who's going to be speaking to us, and then we're going to have Charles who's going to take us on another numerology session. And then on Tuesday, we are going to the orphanage, and that will be the end of the international.
We don't need much. We don't need
much.
much.
Okay, so get me over to you in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Abioye Bolanle Oluwakemisola, and I'm so happy to be launching this product with my community members. I call them my sisters. I call Mr. Femi my mentor. I'm so happy to have met him. I met him at a very dark point in my life, and I think this brand was a product of my pain, basically. Yeah, it was a product of my pain, and I was trying to find myself. I was trying to do something different with my life. I'm actually a flight attendant, but I was tired of flying, and it wasn't fulfilling anymore. It was just for the money, and it was no longer fulfilling. And if you know any flight attendants, our lives are not stable. I mean, you move up and down, and I could go a year not seeing my family even. That was how bad it was. So I was tired of flying, and there was just something in me looking for something else. And at some point, God forced me out of it because I didn't have a job. And no matter what I did, I couldn't get a job. I mean, look at me. I'm a representation of a flight attendant. I know people that own aircraft, people that will promise me. I know their offices. I can go there, have easy access to them. But something would just happen, and they would, it won't click. Then I knew something was wrong. I was depressed, and that was when I, I came across Mr. Femi's page, 2024, November. I was like, my year is ending, and I don't want 2025 to be the same. And I joined the community, and I started rediscovering myself. This is a gift I've always had. My mom is a nurse. My grandfather was a babalawo. Basically, we're healers in our family, and I naturally just do this for fun. I do herbal teas for my friends, for myself. I do it for fun. I create content about it for fun. And when I started trying to find myself, I just kept hearing, basically, God was using everybody around me to tell me, turn this into a business, do something about this. Okay, Kemi, I want this, make for me. And I won't charge them, I will just send it to them. I started giving Mr. Femi my product, and he will always tell me, they are really nice, we need to sell this and stuff like that. So in June, something just came upon me that I should start this brand. And the name of my brand is Ashera Wellness. And Ashe in Yoruba means amen, so shall it be. And the Ra there is from the Egyptian god Amen-Ra. And basically, one of my past lives, I'm an Egyptian by reincarnation. I discovered that, along the line. And I have this strong calling to Egypt. And that was how this name came up. It was a divine revelation. And everybody, even Mrs. Tolashe had to message me when I first posted my logo, that how did I come up with this name? I think that's the question on everybody's lips. Kemi, I love the name of your brand. How did you come up with it? And I tell them it's divine. So Ashera is what you call the healing frequency. It carries the frequency of healing. It is Ashe. So this brand is here to stay, and we also have digital products aside the physical product. I already have clients I coach for free, friends and even strangers I met on TikTok. They will message me, and I'll talk to them and tell them what to do and what to get. So I decided to monetize it to an extent. So when you follow, we have a TikTok, Instagram, Facebook page at Ashera Wellness, and we're going to be offering both the physical product and the digital product. And also in the future, I look forward to having healing retreats here in Abuja that people can attend. So we have, I'm launching 4 teas today. I call them the daily ritual set. These 4 teas focuses on various important areas of your life. We have the womb wise. This is for women. If you're having any issues with PCOS, or you just want to take care of your womb area and have easy menstrual periods, you can have this. So you see, you need this every month. This is immunity. I coined the name with the T instead of the normal spelling of immunity. This helps to detox your system and boost your immunity. So it's something you can have daily. This is the gut-wise. This is for your gut. A lot of people are dealing with gut issues, especially women. You're bloated, constipated every time, and I dealt with that, acne and stuff like that, a lot of gut issues. And even for we on our spiritual journey, you know that once your gut have issues, it's very hard for your nervous system to be regulated. It's very hard for you to meditate. It's very hard for you to sleep. It's very hard for you to connect to higher consciousness. So this is actually my bestseller, the Gut Wise Tea, because it helps with your gut, and that is the beginning. In fact, that is the foundation of your healing. Then there's actually the 4th tea, which I can't see here. I don't know if someone can bring it for me. Calm Ritual. The 4th tea, a lot of people struggle with rest. We are very restless, especially here in Nigeria. We are very restless. So a lot of people can't sleep, especially men. These teas are, this calm ritual is formulated with herbs like ashwagandha, lavender, chamomile, lemongrass. It basically shuts down your system. And I've gotten a lot of good reviews. I have a friend that is in the military, and he told me, Kemi, I don't sleep. I've taken a lot of things and I don't sleep. And I gave it to him. And in fact, I gave it to him on a Friday. I didn't hear from him until evening on Saturday, and he said he slept all day for the first time. He served in Sambisa, Maiduguri. So I think that messed up with him. He used to have like nightmares and he doesn't sleep well, and it actually helped him sleep. So these 4 teas are they address important areas of your life. As a woman, your womb. As a person, you need to rest. Your gut needs to be healed, and then you need to boost your immunity. So I call them the daily ritual set. And each of the teas today will be selling I made them in tea bags and in loose teas. Some people prefer loose teas, some people prefer them in tea bags. So these are the ones in tea bags. This box contains 25 tea bags each, and they are all 50 grams. The loose tea is 50 grams. So the loose tea for today, the teas are at the same price for today. They'll be going for 8,000 naira, while the tea bags will be going for 8,600 naira. I want to say a very big thank you to Mr. Femi for giving me this platform to launch this product, and also helping me, along this journey. I was always sending him updates, sending him my logo. And the first time he saw my logo, he was really impressed. And today when he saw the product, because I told myself I wouldn't send it to anybody. I wanted people to I wanted to see that wow effect, so I didn't send it to him. And he looked at me, he was like, he was just like this, he was excited. And later when we got to talk, he was like, I love your packaging. And he was even thinking I did it outside the country. So, and I also got the same compliment from a lot of people. So I'm just really happy to be launching the product with everyone here in my community. And I'll say you guys should just say a prayer for me in your mind. And, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Femi.
Thank you so much, Kemi. Congratulations to you, on launching Ashira. So I'll hand over to Ajay Kosi, who is going to do some words of prayer.
Thank you so much. So Kemi, you said that you were a flight attendant and you were tired of flying.
Yeah.
So you didn't want to fly in a plane like a flight attendant. You wanted to fly this across the world. And your millet already came to me in the UK.
Yes.
So we're going to adopt this as the first African brand that we see as a complete brand of what we mean African. So this is the face of Agriculture. We'll take you everywhere we go, everywhere we enter, every person that we meet. So just prepare to let us have 500 of each. Wow. And distribute it along. And that is going to be the package and gift that will say this represents Agriculture Africa. Wow. So you weren't going to fly as an attendant, but you fly the world. And I think this is just the ashe, because you've gone ahead to honor the ancestors, the culture. So that ashe shall indeed become ashe. And ashe it is ashe. Wow.
Thank you, ma'am. I also like Mr. Femi to say some prayers for me as the masculine energy here.
I'm not sure what This is, thank you so much. Thank you. This is the first confirmation. Wow. She said you were tired of flying aircrafts, but now you're going to fly to different parts of the world with this. And this is the portal that grants you that access. So you are transcending time zones, geographical locations, skin colors, races. Everybody, not just Africans, every human in different places at different times, they are going to have a taste of this. And they will love it. The same way Apple products are everywhere. And everybody wants to have Apple products. Everybody wants to use iPhone. Everybody wants to use, what's that one? Macintosh and what?
Samsung. MacBook.
MacBook, yes. The same way everybody wants to use all that, that is how they're going to be interested. This is a luxury product. This product will find the right buyer. Your light will shine so bright that those who need this product will find it. The demand will be high, so high that supply would struggle to meet the demand. And then you would have to expand the business. We are thankful for this. And we are thankful for Ajemi Posi.
Thank you, ma'am.
That this is the face of Ajemi Posi. And we love it. And we give thanks. Please put your hands together. Congratulations. Lastly, I can't close without mentioning
Thank you
Knick-Knack. Now, I've always told you that where you buy things is very, very important. Especially when you talk about buying candles, crystals, incense, and all of that. You don't just buy from anybody. And we have Knick-Knack in the house. Knick-Knack is also part of the community. And Fedora mentioned, please, can you call Knick-Knack the balance? Knick-Knack the balance place. That is the social media handle. Knick-Knack the balance place. That's where you go to on social media to buy any of these items that you want. And also, Infinite Clothing. Infinite Nigeria. Go to social media and follow Infinite Nigeria. Guys, thank you so much and have a wonderful week ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.